our 3 days workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Microsoft Excel. So yesterday we have started with the basic concept of statistics. So today we'll be discussing with the concept of the application of Microsoft Excel in statistical analysis. So today we are having one of the eminent personality in this particular domain, Mr. Vishal Verma. So he will be taking the session ahead, but definitely one of our faculty member, Dr. Meghdud Ghosh, will be introducing him formally. But however, I would like to explain the today's process. Today is a very long session, so you are going to attend. Probably all of you have checked in the schedule that we are going to start with this particular Microsoft Excel application in statistical analysis part 1. So it will be ending by 3:40. After that, we'll be having a 10 minutes break where we are going to discuss something about our group of institutes. Then again, we'll be starting from the part 2 of the statistical analysis using Microsoft Excel. So once we finish that particular session on Microsoft Excel and statistical analysis, we'll be having another session that we have discussed yesterday. That will be a bonus session on the financial wellness by one of the eminent personality in this particular domain, Mr. Kanak Jain. So you will get to know about this program. So this is a bonus session we are offering. So that will be definitely going to be a value addition for all of you. After that, when the third session would be over, then we'll be going for the feedback session. So please remember, the feedback form would be shared in the chat box itself. So you need to click on the chat box and fill up the form during that given period of 10 minutes of time only. So don't ask to share this particular feedback form in the WhatsApp group or anywhere else. That is not going to be done. So we are going to share these things, this feedback form in the chat box only at that particular point of time, probably at around 6 or 6:20. So we'll be definitely announcing that. After that, the feedback form is over. There would be an assessment test that we have discussed earlier. This is an MCQ type of question assessment test. Half an hour time would be given, but hopefully, half an hour is the maximum limit. It will not be required, but however, it's totally up to you. But total, maximum limit would be half an hour. So within half an hour, you need to, finish that examination. So these two parts are very important. There is a filling of the feedback form and this assessment. But definitely, as of now, concentrate on the learning part. That is, using Microsoft Excel for statistical analysis. So again, thank you so much for participating in this particular event organized by the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. So that's all. That's all from my part. So now I would like to request Dr. Meghdud Ghosh, who is the Assistant Professor, MBA Department, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, to formally introduce our today's speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So from yesterday onwards, we are really waiting for a hands-on session, as per the participants. So today we will be getting one, and we are highly excited to have with us Sri Vishal Verma, okay, who has happened to be our first guest of speaker. Now, Mr. Vishal Verma is dynamic and data-driven human resource professional with over 1.5 decades of cross-cultural experience in human resource function. His expertise in delivering sustained organizational growth in dynamic environments, establishing structure, building employee value, driving vision, and achieving critical strategic goals. Experienced in HR analytics, descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive, proactive manpower planning, aggressive in talent acquisition, talent management and development, and performance management. Depth at people management, maintaining healthy employee relationships, and handling employee grievances, thus creating an amicable and transparent environment. Comes with a strong focus on stakeholder management and client relationship experience at the C-level. Thank you, sir. We welcome you on board. The session is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, and thank you, Amitabha, for the introduction. Am I audible to everyone? Just need a quick confirmation.
Yes, you are audible. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So as the program has been already been discussed with you, everyone. So it will be more of a Excel point of view. So whatever you know in statistics, the purpose is to just convert that or do the statistical analysis using Excel as one of the tools. So I hope everyone is aware of Excel and has been working in Excel because Excel is one tool that even organization, academicians, everyone uses Excel at some time. Right? Okay, so let me first share the Excel sheet. Okay, I hope it is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay, so you must be aware of this Excel environment. You have been working since long. Okay, so in Excel environment, there are some inbuilt tools that is there for statistical analysis. Although for even if you go to the formula bar, we have got the Excel statistical functions. So before I move into statistics parts, let me have give you a brief about the different areas that we work in Excel. Okay, so it will be easy. Most of you may be quite aware of the Excel functions, but a quick review would be better, I think, for everybody. Okay, so this is basically what we call as the Excel functions bar. This is basically what we where we call as the address of the cell. So if I select this cell, okay, it says me the address of the cell. This actually becomes very important when we do lots of calculations, so that what we do is to just name a particular function and on the, just keep the name, and according to that we can access the entire array or the database. And other functions are there. I'll not go into the other functions because it's not more of a analytics class. It's more of a statistical uses of analytics. So if you go to the formula bar, okay, you'll find here that there is an in the more functions there is statistical functions. Now this statistical functions contains almost all the functions that is required for our statistical analysis. Be it deviation, be it chi-square test, be it mean, be it median, regression, correlation, covariance, ANOVA, whatever the way you want to go for the test, we can go for the test. Okay. Apart from that, you need to do some more analysis, further on the graphical analysis or analysis related to, when we do regression analysis, we do number of plots. Okay, so if you want to go for the number of plots, we can go into the insert part, and we have this charts always available there. Okay, so it depends upon the version that we are using. The version can be Microsoft 2000, MX Excel 2013, 16, 19, or 365, whatever the version you have. According to the version, there are different charts that is available. Okay, so you can just drop down the chart, any chart, and then you see that are recommended charts that already gets here, and then we have all the kinds of charts that are there. For statistical analysis, or we can say about the data visualization needs a very in-depth understanding of all the charts, why a particular chart is used. When we most of us, when we started our career using started using Excel, we just used to select charts according to our views. So how it looks like, they just used to select the charts, whether it be column or pie chart or anything. But there is a rules and regulations that is there for each and every chart that is being selected. There are processes for each selection of the charts. Okay, so we can have the different kinds of charts that are used in statistical analysis. The majority being, the column, or you can say the bar chart, the X and Y plotter charts. Okay. Because X and Y plotter charts become very important when we go for regression analysis. Then we have the tree map, box and the whisker plots. These are very important charts that plays a very important role when we go into the statistical analysis. Okay, and other part is that you can go to your file, okay, and you go to your option. In the option, you will find an is this the pop-up visible? This add-in part is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can in add-in, there is an option of manage Excel add-in. Okay, there are different kinds of add-in that is comes with your Excel. Okay, what happens is that many a times this add-ins are not activated. You need to activate those add-ins so that it can function properly. So we have got the Excel add-in. If you select the Excel add-ins, there will be another pop-up window that will be coming up that shows your analysis toolpak, VBA, Euro currency tool, and solver. So we in analytics need or data analysis or statistical analysis. We usually need analysis toolpak and solver add-in for our all purposes. So we just select those two and click OK, and then it goes into your data ribbon and goes in here as the data analysis and solver. Okay, anyone would like to try this and install it? If anyone is having any issues, they can let me know. I can help you out. Okay, got it. So here what is happening is that I hope you have done all the data and statistics classes yesterday. So basics of statistics, what's the central tendency and other processes has already been explained to you, right? So here what the purpose is basically is to give you an process how we can do the statistical analysis in Excel. Okay, now I have a dummy data with me. Now this dummy data is basically, if you see on your Excel sheet on your screen, this data is basically talks about the time that is required for a person to reach to his or her office. Okay, this is the time duration calculated on a different period. So it has been calculated over 15 days. So 15 days, different times has been located. So it can be a random number, but what actually I have done is to just sort it out from the lowest to the maximum. Okay, so it was basically when the data was collected on on a random basis, and then it was sorted so that it can be arranged in a proper manner. So it is basically arrange data in its hierarchical manner. I just saw the chat. See, the numbers are random. Okay, you can generate random number. It is just to see how basically the process is done. Okay, so it can be a random number. It's not a number that I have collected from anywhere. Okay. So I hope I can copy paste this data here. So I've shared the data. If anyone wants to, they can just copy that. Okay. Now, if you know the statistics classes yesterday, one of the important thing that must have done is that you have to make the measures of central tendency. Now, measures of central tendency basically talks about three aspects initially when we start up with. One was called as the mean, median, and the mode. Okay, so we have got mean, median, and mode. Okay. So for mean, the function that we use in Excel is average, and just take the average of all the numbers and we get the average. For median, the function is median. And for mode, the function is mode. Okay, and when we use in the mode, basically it talks about the mode multiple and the mode singular. Okay, so basically what we majority of the time we use as the frequency where it is repeated only once number of time. Okay, when it is a multiple number of requirement, then it will be mode multiple. Okay, now if you see here that mode is coming as NA, the reason why mode is coming as NA is that here then what we happen, you must be aware of the definition of mode. The definition of mode says de la mode, that is means in fashion. Okay, in fashion means that the number which has been repeated many number of times, then it becomes in fashion. Now, none of the numbers that we see here has been repeated twice. Okay, that is why the mode is coming as NA, or it is basically coming as 0. Gautam, comms add-in we are not using, especially in statics. There are another functions for comms add-ins. Okay, for statistical function we use the Excel add-ins. Okay. So, so we have got calculate the mode. Okay. Now, when we are doing the further calculation, we need the when now let's see what actually the why we used to calculate this thing. Okay. Say for example, you are a bank manager. Okay, and in the bank manager, you have been asked many of the people. No, it's not geometrical mean, it's just mean. Mean is basically what we call as average. We are not calculating the geo mean or harmonic mean. Harmonic mean comes into the picture when we are talking about frequency, then harmonic mean will be coming into the picture. It's a general mean. Okay, so this is the, say for example, this is the time duration that is being taken by a Sarani, please wait. I'll do that. I'll teach you how to do it more faster way. I'm just trying to give you the functions. Okay, I can do it more faster way, and I will explain it how we can do much faster in Excel. Just trying to understand the problem. Okay, because the problem, if you can understand the problem, then you can understand the why we use statistical functions to understand. Now, when you are a bank branch manager, there are people who are coming for getting the issue resolved or getting the time, taking out the money out of the bank or deposit. They are depositing money in your bank branch. So this is the time that has been taken there. Okay. Now, if I as a person go to the bank manager and ask what will be the time that will be taken for me to deposit or get my issues resolved. So the bank manager says to me that it will take around 5 minutes maximum, that the issue will be resolved. Okay. Now, why it is important here to understand that if the average time that is taken for an how we say that it will take 5 minutes. We say it will take 5 minutes because we say that the average time, on the basis of average time, okay, we can say that it will be almost 5 minutes that will be taken for any individual or any bank employee to resolve your issue. Now we see here that the mean is coming as 7.107. Now this means that the average time that is being taken for an issue to be resolved is 7 minutes. So if it is 7 minutes that the issue has been resolved, that is where the hypothesis. So what is the hypothesis? Hypothesis is basically when I say that this is the thing that can be done. Okay. So the hypothesis in our case, or the example we took, that a bank, time duration taken by a bank employee to resolve an issue is 5 minutes. That is a hypothesis, or that is what we call as the null hypothesis. The alternative to that is that it will be taking more time or less time than 5 minutes. That is the alternative hypothesis. Now, the purpose of any statistical analysis is to say whatever the hypothesis that we are projecting, either it is correct or it is not correct. Okay, so when we say that statistical analysis is taking place, we are saying that the hypothesis is correct. Now, what happened here on the basis of our understanding of mean, okay, which is one of the statistical analysis tool, we said that the bank manager, the null hypothesis of the bank manager, that it will be taking 5 minutes is incorrect. So we accept the alternative hypothesis that it can be either less or more. Okay, now there can be multiple alternative hypotheses. Then it can be say null hypothesis, we say that it is 5 minutes. Alternative hypothesis 1 can be less than 5 minutes. Alternative hypothesis 2 can be more than 5 minutes. So it depends upon how we do the analysis. Okay. Now always remember that whenever in data we work in, almost all the data falls under a normal bell curve. Okay, so if we say that, okay, so if this is the data, almost all the data we expect that it falls under the normal bell curve. Okay, it's not normal because of my drawing. So it will basically what we say is the normal bell curve. Now, normal bell curve, when we say normal bell curve, it basically says that the entire data has been divided into two parts. So what happens is that when we talk about any of this data, this normal bell curve, it is always said that either the data is either moved towards the right or moved towards the left. This particular thing, that what we call as the data moving from leaning towards the left or towards the right, is what we call as the skewness of the data. So whenever we do in organization, or we do basically to prove the statistical analysis or work hard analysis, we try to normalize that particular thing. Now this normalization process is basically removing the your skewness, whether it is right or the left is skewed. So if the data say data is coming from like this, it is basically left skewed. If the data is like this, it is basically what we call as the right skewed. Okay, now this skewness of the data further helps us in understanding of doing the analysis of variance. That is what we call ANOVA, the two-way ANOVA, the calculation of the grand mean, and so on. So these are the things. Okay, now here what we have done is to calculate so here what we got is the calculated the mean, mode, and median. Now what is happening here, that every time we have to do lots of calculation. So what is the advantage here is that we can say that we can go into data analysis Toolpak that we have got here. Okay. In data analysis Toolpak, we go for the descriptive statistics. and select the input range. This is the input range that we have got, and we want the output to be, say, here. Get the summary statistics. That is what we are looking forward for, and click OK. And then what we are getting here is all the calculations that is there, right? So anyone tried it for? Okay, I'll do it once again. Let me delete it. To go, if you have installed the data analysis Toolpak, have everyone installed data analysis Toolpak who were doing along with me? Okay, so you can go and select the data analysis Toolpak. In data analysis Toolpak, there will be a pop-up window. Select Descriptive Statistics. Okay, and click OK. When you click OK, there will be another window that will be popping out. So you need to give the input range. Our input range is this number, anywhere that you have placed it. Okay. Output range, we want at any position in your Excel sheet, in the current Excel sheet. It can be into new workbook, depending upon how much data it is. Okay, we need the summary statistics. And when we click OK, we will be having the output here. Okay, now you see the way we calculated the mean, it is coming at 7.10733. That is the output that we are getting here. Sarani, you can go to the option. Okay, go into the file. Okay, can anyone, Sarani, can you tell me on chat what is the version that you are using of Excel? So accordingly, I can help you, because sometimes the versions, according to the versions, the location is changed. 2021. No, Excel 2021 has been launched. I don't exactly remember. 2019 is the last edition of Excel, MS Excel, or alternatively, you are using 365. Okay, Excel 2021 maybe I've launched. Okay. In any case, you can go to the file. Okay. 2006, 2016, you can go to the option. There is an option when you go to the click menu. So if you are using 2007, there will be a round sign on the left hand side. Okay, you go drop down, you will find the option. Those who are using 2016, there is also a round Excel symbol on the top left hand. Drop down, you will find the option. Okay. Anyone using 2016 above edition, be it 365, 19 or 21, you will find this part. Okay, you'll find the option here. Okay, in the option, you can go to add-in. There is an add-in option, and then you will find the manage Excel. Yes, Sunil, it is there in Excel 2007 also. There is option. In option, you can go and select the add-ins. Okay, in Excel, you will find this add-in. Click OK, and then select the analysis Toolpak and solver. Okay, so we got the mean, we got the median, we got the mode. Okay. Apart from that, I hope that everyone has done which process, Meena? Meena, can you specify which process are you asking for? No, in Excel, what are you looking forward? Excel is a very big, vast thing. In Excel, are you looking forward for how to get the that analysis toolpak, or how analysis toolpak is working? The calculation process. Okay, I'll do it again. I have a look at. No issues. Okay, so we can go to data analysis toolpak, select descriptive statistics. Okay, collect the input range. Our input range is this one. Okay, this is our input range. Okay, we want the output here anywhere in Excel. Okay, so we so this is our input range, and our output range. Say for example, I want to take the output range here. Click OK, and we'll get the output range. Okay, immediately you'll get all the things. Analysis toolpak you will find in your option in Excel. Kasif, it is there in your Excel add-ins. Here the input range Ravula is there in the selection. So when we go for the data analysis toolpak and descriptive statistics, we see the input range, right? So there is an icon there. You can just select all those data, okay, and then it will create the output range. Okay, so input range, basically this symbol is asking you to import the data or locate the data. Okay, when you clear it, it will give you the output here. Najee is saying I did add in analysis toolpak in 2000. Then where to find analysis tool in front? Tell me. Go to the data tab. Najia, go to the data tab. Okay, in your data tab, it is there. Okay, in the data tab, you will find the data analysis tool and solver. So it is there. When you click on the data analysis toolpak, you just need to give the you have to instruct Excel where the output will be there. So you can just click on that and select any particular location. And once the location is selected, you will find that it is there at LV, and you click OK. It will be copied there. Okay, the output will be there. Okay. Anyone else facing any issues? Okay, great. So we got the mean here, we got the median, and mode is not there because there is no data that has been repeated a number of times. Okay, and as I have told you, mode comes from the word dilla mode, that means in fashion. Okay, now here see there is a skewness. Okay, now skewness is on the positive side. It can be negative or it can be positive. So when it is positive side, it is not a normal bell curve, right? Now range says that when we talk about the range, is basically what we need is the we have the minimum value of the entire data. So we have the min and we have the maximum number. So the function is max. So it will give you the entire maximum value. Range is basically maximum minus minimum. Maximum minus minimum, that will give you the range. So 6.57 is the range. So you can understand why we have got this all the statistical data analysis process that is required for doing our statistical analysis inbuilt with the Excel. Okay. Earlier, what used to happen is that we have to do the mathematical calculation. That's similarly to what I have done here. Okay, so we did it on a calculate using different formulas to calculate the number. But once we have used the Excel add-in tool pack, so we are now having the data analysis tool pack that is making our life comparatively easier to do all the statistical functions. Okay, I will be not going into all the statistical functions because that is a different, already been done yesterday, I assume. So what is my purpose is to use the same thing, or whatever the data and statistical functions you have been using, similarly convert those statistical functions on how we can do it on Excel. How you have taken out mean, mode, and median. Okay, so mean basically is the function that is what we call as the average. So the function for that is average of all this number. Median is just a median. The formula for calculation of the median is median itself. For calculation of the mode, there are two functions in mode. One is the mode is that where there are single number expected out of the total, or when it is multiple, then we have calculate the mode multiple. So when we go there, we see that we calculate the mode. It says about the multiple and singular. Okay, so if we think that the data may have multiple modes, okay, that is many of the number has been repeated many a times. Say for example, if I say randomly I take with different numbers, I assume that there are 5 numbers coming 3 times. So when it is 5 number coming 3 times and 7 number coming 2 times, then we assume that there will be 2 modes. Okay, one mode will be for 5, one mode will be for 7. Because the 5 number has been repeated 3 times, the 7 number has been repeated twice. Okay. Then we will be using mode multiple. If we think or we want to know only those which have been repeated maximum number of times, that is our 5 has been repeated 3 number of times, but we are ignoring 7 which has been repeated 2 number of times, then in that case we will be considering multiple single. Is this clear for the mode function? Nadia, I use Office 365. Okay, I do not have Excel 2007, so it will be difficult for me to show you how it is being done. But you can go and to your option. In option, there is an Excel add-in, because I have been using Excel add-in since when it was Excel 2003. Okay, so I know that there is there in 2007 itself. All you need is to just go and search a little bit. It will be there definitely in the option. It will be an Excel add-in, or alternatively in the drop down it will be showing as an add-in. Aditi, which part you want to explain me once again? Mode part. Okay. Thanks, Arjun sir, for the comments, but I would like to have more questions on the chat. Okay. So Didi, let me explain you, or everyone, let me explain you the mode part. Okay. So mode is basically when we talk about, say for example, let me give you give some examples so it will be more easy to understand. Okay, so we have got this number randomly. So this is the numbers. Randomly I've created number, no logic behind that. Okay, so here it is that, see, the number 5 has been repeated 3 times. The number 6 has been repeated 2 times. The number 7 has been repeated 2 times, and the number 3 times. And the number 77 has been repeated 4 times. Okay, now when we calculate the mode, if we normally use the mode function, okay, the earlier mode that we were having, okay, just select all those number and it will give a 77. Why it is giving only 77? Okay, now 77 is the number that has been repeated maximum number of times. So maximum number of times when it is being repeated, it is basically saying your as the mode. Okay, so similarly, the earlier functions, because those who, I don't know whether this singular and multiple function is there in 2013 or before that, but 2016 onward, that will be there for sure. Okay, so if we select the mode single, okay, it will give the same output as 7. But if we select the mode multiple, let's see the output. Okay, it is giving 77 as a number. Okay, and it will be so what is happening here is, I think there is some issues with my Excel. It's ideally should give you because this will be an array function. Okay, so multiple means that the number that has been repeated more than number of times. So 5 will come because when we are using the array function, I'm not going into detail into Excel and mathematical calculation. So here there are different modes. There are 5 there are modes. 7 we have got modes. 6 we have got modes. Amir, I hope it is being recorded. Okay, it will be there. Okay, so you get the mode here. Range is very simple, Sudeshna. Range is just difference between the maximum and the minimum. Okay, range is very simple. Range is basically the difference between what we call as what is the difference between the maximum and the minimum. So this is what we call as the range. So here we have, you will see that we have got minimum, maximum, sum is there, count is there. Count basically gives you the number of the data that is there. Okay, so this is basically, so whatever the data that is required for us for initial statistical analysis. Initial statistical analysis that we can get it here. Okay, so we can get the standard deviation and everything. I'll not go into statistics part for sure because statistics part has already been covered yesterday, because that is the structure of the syllabus that has been explained to me. So I'll not go into this structure again. Okay, I'll not go into statistics. I'm just helping you to use statistical how to use Excel for statistical analysis. Okay. Now, when we have done all this thing, if you go again to the data analysis Toolpak and select the descriptive statistics, okay, it says about the confidence level and k-mean that you do for the basically for your analysis related to data mining or data structure, data analytics, not just normal one. Okay, so I'll not go into that. I'll just move forward for this part. Now here, what is happening is that now whenever we are doing any analysis or using statistics, especially when we are working with the data analysis or statistical analysis at the higher end, what happens is that some of the data that are coming in into that entire data set that is collected out of survey, unless and until it is a Likert scale survey. If it is an open-ended survey, then you can get n numbers of data. Okay, let me explain you the context for that. Say, for example, you are working in an organization. So in an in a compensation department, compensation and management department. So in compensation and management department, what is happening, that you are dealing with the salary of all the people. Okay. When we say all the people means you are dealing with the salary of the CEO, you are dealing with the salary of a peon, and you are dealing with the salary of all executives and laborers of different hierarchy. Okay. Now, in general, with due respect to all individual, all employees, in general, what happens is that the salary of the peon is far much lesser than the salary that is being paid to the executives. Okay, so if, for example, it's an IT organization, so the overall salary, or we call as the average salary of the executive comparative to peon, if the peon gets very less salary comparative to executive, while at the same time the CEO of the organization get highly paid comparative to what the executives are being paid, right? Okay. So when we say that, we have got this data. So out of this data, just randomly put this number at 0.5. Okay. So let me just remove all these things, clear the space. So we have got one data at 0.05, and some data we have got, say, 88.95. So we have got a salary of the peon, just with due respect to everyone, just trying to understand the statistical inferences of that. So Deshna, I will not go into statistics, although I will give you how it is being calculated, the standard deviation and the sample variance is calculated, because my purpose is to make Excel your handy tool for doing the analysis, statistical analysis. Okay. So what is happening here, that we have got a salary of peon that is just randomly we have taken at 0.5, and the salary of the CEO as 88.35. Okay, let it be in $1,000 or anything else like that. Okay. So what is happening if we earlier what we used to have, just a moment, this was our data. Okay. So just let's keep this data aside, so that we can understand what is happening. So we change this data. Now, what is one thing always remember, that whatever the output of the data analysis Toolpak is constant. So it does not have any formula. Okay, so it will not change the value. Even if I change the data set, it will not actually change these values. These values will remain intact. Okay, so the advantage of having the function using the Excel functions are that whenever the data sets are changing, it will also change. Okay, so let's just take it one example as 0.5 one is. Okay. So if we use this thing, okay, and go into data analysis Toolpak, descriptive statistics, output, let's take our output here and click OK. So can you show again how to do descriptive statistics? Go to data analysis Toolpak. You'll find all the options there. Okay, so it starts with ANOVA. It's arranged in an alphabetical manner. Okay, so in alphabetical manner, you will find of correlation, covariance, and then descriptive statistics. Okay, now you see that the mean has been changed. Earlier the mean was 7.107. Now the new mean is 12.07. Now what is happening here is basically we can see that this 0.05 and this 88.73 is distorting the entire output. How to set input and output range specifically. Devolina, I'm not understanding your question. Okay, so what is happening is because of this extreme values of 0.05 and 88.73, the entire process is being skewed. The mean is changing, the median is changing. Median will not change, the mean will be changing. Okay, but you see also the value of the skewness. Mandeep, standard error, significance of standard error values is related to statistics. My purpose is basically to make you understand how you're going to use Excel as a statistical analysis tool. Okay, so we see the skewness here. The skewness is 0.05 here. Now it has more skewed towards the right. Now, the first thing that we need is to remove this, these points, that is 0.05 and 0.873. These are called as the outliers. Okay, these outliers need to be removed from the data when you are working with the open-ended questions, or you are giving the opportunity to for the open-ended survey, or you are using with the data related to your organization, be it marketing analytics, financial analysis, or anything that you are going to do. So this kind of data is basically challenging you to give the wrong output, and this wrong output will be entire your analysis, entire statistical analysis is going to fail for that. Okay, so basically what we try is to do here. Srijani, that is what I am coming to. Okay, to understand the outliers. Okay, that is why I have included this data. Analyze normality test. Normality test, you can see if the skewness is 0. Okay, it will be normal. It will be a normal curve. Okay, so now the thing is that to need to understand that whether this data contains any outliers or does not contains any outliers. Okay, it can be either two things. Either it will be having some outliers or it will be not having any outliers. Now there are two ways to check the outliers when we are using. When we are using to identify the outliers, the first way, that is the statistical way of getting the outliers, is go for the jet test. Okay, jet test you can get from the jet test whether we have the outliers or not. Alternatively, we have the box and the whisker plot as per as the graphical analysis is concerned. So what we do is to just select all this data, go into insert, okay, and go for box and the whisker plot here. Click OK, and then you have got the box and the whisker plot. Okay, now if we put it a little like this, okay, now you see here that the data related to 0.5 is showing here, not showing here. Okay, now this particular data that you see at 90. Okay, let me just add the data tables. Okay, so you see here that one data that you see here, let me just increase a little bit because we have selected a very large number. Okay, let me reduce a bit so it will be easy. Okay, so just change the number so that it can be more properly visible. Now you see here this particular 25.73. This one. Okay, now this is the outlier. Another outlier that you see here is because it is saying that this particular does not comes under the outlier definition because of this thing, but still it is outside the Whisker. Now, when we are talking about the box and the whisker plot, let's understand this box and the whisker plot. Now, the entire box and the whisker plot, these are the outliers. Okay, so we did not need not how you inserted. Which one, Keragu? The box and the whisker plot. Okay, in the box and the whisker plot, you can just go to insert, just select the chart. Okay, you can select this this chart. Okay, and you can select the box and the whisker plot from the recommended chart. You can go to all charts and you'll find the list. Okay, there is a box and the whisker plot here. Okay, select the box and the whisker plot and you will get the box and the whisker plot. Shreya, I do not actually remember what is there in the box and the whisker plot in 2007. I honestly do not remember because it has been long that I've worked on 2007. So let's now get back to our thing. Okay, so this is the outliers that is there. Okay, so we need not concentrate on this outlier. Now let's understand the structure of the box and the whisker plot. So you see the line here. Okay, let me take another color. Okay, you see this line, this particular line. Okay, now this line is basically what we call as the median. Okay, and this particular cross is your mean. Okay. The skewness will be less if the mean and the median falls on the same point. Okay. Now this is this particular starts from the lower part. This thing is your first quartile. This is your second quartile. This is your third quartile, and this is the fourth quartile. Okay. Now median is basically the difference between your from the second quartile to median. Okay, this second quartile, this particular part. Okay, so you get the first, the box minimum is coming at 0.5 C. Okay, so this is the minimum value. Okay, the maximum is saying here as 80.73 because earlier we used to take we took as 80.73 when we did the calculation, but now we have changed the to 25.72. Okay, now ideally the maximum should come there and the range should calculate be there, but when we talk about the statistical analysis, Sudeshna, you have to be specific about which kind of plot you want to go for. Okay, because it is difficult for me to understand because there are many charts and plots in the Excel. And Shreya, I do not have any alternative opportunity for that. Yeah, Sakshi, I'm doing that. So when we talk about this part, this entire these two this particular two things, this lower one and this one these are called like the whiskers, and this is basically what we call as the box. Okay, so the box contains from your second quartile to your third quartile. So this is first quartile, second quartile, third quartile, and fourth quartile. The difference between starting from your initial point of your second quartile to the last part of your third quartile, this comes under the box. Okay. Now, when we talk about for mean SD, you are showing one plot. How do that? Please explain. Sudeshna, I'm not understanding your question. If you are asking for mean, the mean value is there in that. Okay. And if you are asking for standard deviation, that is what you are trying to write in short SD. Okay. I have not done the standard deviation here. No. It's 10.03 is not Q3. Q3 will be ending starting from 9.66 to 13.9. Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. There will be 4 quartiles, na? Okay. Then we want to talk about the IQR, that is interquartile range. Anuradha, that is the part of data visualization. Nested Pi is the part of the data visualization, not the statistical analysis part. Okay, so we're there with the interquartile range. So interquartile range, it will be from 5.47 to 9.66. Okay, always remember that irrespective the presence of outliers will be impacting your mean, median, mode, range, everything, but it will not impact the IQR. That is the interquartile range. Okay. That is very important to understand. This IQR will be not impacted because of the median, sorry, outliers. Okay, so if you see here that we have got the outliers here. Okay, so this is the outlier here. Okay. This particular things will not be changing. Okay. So if we change the value here, so we started from, say, let's convert it into 65. You will see that the value of IQR is not changing. It is 5.47, 9.66. Okay, even if we change it to, say, 100, you see the value will not be changing. So the interquartile range will be not be impacted even if, with the presence of outliers. That is why those people who are into statistical analysis, they do not prefer the range, they prefer the IQR, interquartile range. Clear? So let's make this a small one so that we can have some data. Now 15, if it is saying, then it is not showing as the outlier. See, it is not showing as outliers because it is assuming that 15 is not such a number that it will be going out. Okay, but when it is 25, it will be out, making it an outlier. Clear with the outliers? Yeah, the mean, median, and mode will be impacted. Everything will be impacted. Interquartile range will not be impacted. Okay, any questions from here till now? Let me know how to select input and output range. Okay, one after another, let me solve the issue of Nikita. Nikita, when we select this, we go to data analysis Toolpak. Okay, so if we select the descriptive statistics, in input range, we just click on the icon that is there. Okay, this particular thing. Okay. And then we just select the data. And for output, where we want to go for the output, by default, it will be taken as new workbook ply. Okay, new worksheet ply means that it will be a new worksheet that will be taking, or alternatively, it will be a new workbook, but we usually take the small calculation on the same Excel sheet. So we select the output range. So to select the output range, we just select this part and select a place where the output will be coming. And then click OK, the output will be coming at that location. Clear? Wait. Nikita's issue solved. How can we draw the chart? Which chart are you, Kumar Swami, you are asking for? Please specify. interpret the diagram once. So interpret diagram, Subhajit, you want to an interpretation of the box and the whisker plot again? What can we interpret from this box and the whisker plot? Is the skewness of the skewness definitely can be got it there, but the main purpose of box and the whisker plot is to identify the skewness, no doubt on that, but it's more concentrated on finding the outliers. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me remove everything and let's do it again. Let me remove all these marks. Okay, great. So we have selected this data. Go to insert recommended chart. By default, it will be very easy to proceed from there. That is why we go into recommended chart. Go into the box and the whisker plot and click OK. So here you have the box and the whisker plot. For ease of the things, we can just increase the size. Go into the plus sign next to that and add the data labels. So once you have added the data label, so whatever the points are there, important points are there in the chart, that will be shown here. Pinto, I have done it many a times. It's actually, it will be taking consuming times, and we have short duration of time, so you can take help from your friends. Okay. Now, this particular things what we are talking about is basically this is the outlier. Okay, so outlier, I hope everyone is clear about. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's understand the other part of the box and the whisker plots. Let's remove this outlier. Okay, so let's change the value of this 25 to say 8. Okay. So now when we say 8, it is showing 0.5 as an outlier, right? Okay, so we need to do some correction also here. Let's make it 6.5. Okay, so no outliers here. Right? Okay, now let's understand this chart. Now the minimum here is 3.82, the maximum is 10.39. This is the minimum and the maximum. The entire box and the whisker plot will be divided into 4 parts. Okay, depending upon the position of your median. Now 6.368 that you see here is the median. Okay, median is not affected. Okay, even if it we have got outliers, the median will not be affected. Why? Because of this median is not being affected, the IQR is not affected. Okay, because IQR is not calculated on the basis of mean. Okay, although it has been said many a times in many statistical lectures or many statistical books and everywhere, you'll find that they always say that mean is not a good measure. But remember, mean is very important because all your calculation, be it ANOVA or anything, will be calculated on the mean itself. Okay, so we have got the minimum and the maximum. This is the IQ. So this is the lower whisker and this is the upper whisker. Okay. This particular is your second quartile, third quartile. This difference between the second quartile and the third quartile range in range is basically what we call as the IQR. So IQR will be 8.73 minus 5.64. Okay, this will give you the interquartile range. This 7.12 that you are seeing here as cross is basically your mean, the value of the mean. This 6.68 is the median. Okay, it will be not skewed if the mean and the median is almost the same. Okay, is mean and median is actually same, then there will be not skewed. Now, if you see this data, okay, now this data, if I take this data and convert it into say normally normal curve. Okay, so you'll find that if this is the straight line, okay, it is more towards this side. So the data are more and the data are less here. Okay, so you find that this data is skewed towards the left. Okay, this is how we calculate the skewness, whether it is skewed towards which side. Clear? So you get the skewness here, you get the IQR, you get the everything, and you also get the your what we call as the outliers. Okay, done. So let's remove this, not required. Okay, got more example. Let's move to the next part, how to calculate the correlation. Standard deviation, if you want to calculate the standard deviation by using formula, the function is standard deviation, STDV. Okay, now you understand the difference between population and a sample? Everyone understands the difference between a population and a sample? Okay, so when you are working with the sample, we calculate standard deviation dot S. Basically, standard deviation in case of sample is represented by S. When it is standard deviation in case of population, it is represented by sigma, right? Okay, so this is a small sample that has been taken. So standard deviation of the sample. This is how we calculate the standard deviation. Okay, I hope that those who have been working on statistics using pen and paper, it's a long function that we do, but this is how we do fast in Excel. Okay, alternatively, if you remember that when we are having the data, use the data analysis Toolpak in descriptive statistics, we were having the standard deviation calculated here. So let's okay, so standard deviation is coming at 2.62 and so on, and accordingly you see whether you use the function or you use the data analysis Toolpak, the output will be same. Okay, so this is how we calculate the standard deviation. Now, the other part in case of Excel, statistics, you use do the chi-square test, you do the Z test, you do the F test, you calculate the different moving average and everything. Okay, so you can go for the Z test, T test, or kind of test. Okay, I'll not go into all those things. Okay, you can use the data analysis Toolpak and do some calculation on that. Okay, let me come to one of the important part of analysis in case of a statistical analysis, that is what we call as the correlation. Okay, so correlation is basically, if you remember yesterday's class, it has been explained there that correlation is basically when the value of the one variable increases or decreases, there will be an increase or decrease in the other variable. Okay, so one variable is basically we call as the dependent variable, and other one is called the independent variable. So if there is an increase of increase or decrease in one variable, it is going to impact the increase or the decrease in the other variable. How we take correlation? The Pearson correlation value that we say is that even a value more than 0.5 will be a positive correlation. It will be a correlation. Now the 0.5 can be a positive or can be a negative correlation. Why we call as a positive or negative correlation? We say that one variable, when there is an increase in the one variable, there will be increase in the other variable. This is what we call as the positive correlation. In case of negative correlation, we have got increase in the one variable will lead to the decrease in the other variable. Okay, say for example, we talk about the demand and the price. Okay, so when there is a rise in the demand, demand and supply, if we say, okay, or say let's take more realistic example of supply and the price. Okay, if the supply goes up, if there is a lot of supply in the market, the price in general goes down. Okay. In general economics terms. Okay, but when there is an increase in the demand, the price also rises. Okay, so there is a positive correlation between a demand and a price, but there is a negative correlation between a supply and the price. Okay. So because of this reason, now what is the correlation? The correlation can be, when we talk about the normal correlation. So this is one variable, this is other variable. Now the correlation can be such that there is, even if there is an increase in anything, increase in the variable of x, okay, there is no change in the variable of the y. So there is no correlation. Okay, so when you see that this is like this, so whenever the increase of one variable is there, there is increase in another variable. This is called as the positive correlation. But if it is moving towards this side, okay, so whenever there is an decrease, whenever there is a decrease in the value of x, there will be decrease in the value, increase in the value of the y. This is how we call as the negative correlation. Okay. Now when we talk about the correlation, okay, so let's take a random example. Okay, so there are some cities. Okay, these are all just random example, does not make any sense. Okay, so we have got the movie tickets and we have got the hamburger. Okay, so we are just trying to find out a relation that in different cities, there are sale of the movie ticket, and there is whether there is an impact of the sale or the price of the hamburger on the movie tickets. Okay, that is what we are trying to move. Okay, so we have got the cities and we have got the movie ticket and hamburger. Okay, so basically what we want to know is the correlation between the movie ticket and the hamburger in different cities. So normally if we go about the function wise in Excel, the function is correl. Okay, select the arrays. Okay, we have got array 1. Okay, then array 2. And then close it, and we get as 0.8348. Now 0.8348 is more than 0.5 and it does not have the negative sign. That means it is positively correlated. So if there is an increase in the price of the hamburger, there will be equally increase in the price of the movie ticket, or alternatively can also be true. Okay, if there is an increase in the price of the movie ticket, there will be increase in the price of the hamburger. Okay, so but we know that why we are using Excel analysis Toolpak. Okay, so we can go into data analysis, select the data analysis toolpak. You see correlation here. Okay, so correlation talks about the input range. Input range will be entire your data. Okay, now see here that I selected from hamburger. So we know that that is the label in the first row. Output, we want the output right here. Clear? And then just click OK. You see, you get the value of the correlation. Okay, so see 8.348, 3.809. So we get the relationship. Okay, these are the random data just to make you understand how the functions work. Okay, let's take one more example related to that. We have the coal consumption and the PHR values. Okay, so just select all this data, go to data analysis toolpak, select correlation, select the data, labels in the first row, output I want here. Okay, so you see that this is now see here in the output that we have got, it is showing as 1. Okay, and it is showing as 1. So when can the correlation, the 1 means it is perfectly correlated. Okay, 0 means perfectly no correlation. It's basically when it is the value is 0, we say there is no correlation. Okay. But when it is 1, Malarity, I do not understand why I need to calculate the p-value for a correlation. Okay, so when you see, there is always be, when it is two variables. So one variable is PHR value, another variable is coal. So there is a relation between these two things. But when we talk about the same variable, that is coal consumption and coal consumption, there will be perfectly correlation by default. Correlation Malarity will be significance in the case when it on the basis of the value of the Pearson coefficient value. Okay, if the Pearson coefficient value is more than 0.5, positive or negative, it will be a correlation, positive or negative correlation. Okay, so that is what the value that we are getting here at 0.588, 5.51544, whatever the value we are getting. This is the value of the Pearson coefficient. That is the value of rho. Okay, so I am not able to clearly understand. You are talking about the rho, or you are talking about p, because p value is different, rho is different. Nikita, you can go into data analysis toolpak. In data analysis toolpak, you will find this correlation here. You select the correlation, you select the values, and output you will be coming here. So if you go select the output here, okay, the output will be coming here. It's very similarly that we did in the in case of your descriptive statistics. Okay, so we got the so this is basically when we talk about Srijani, you can get the add-in. Ritika, I did not understand. You say that here data is not correlated. Ritik, Ritika, data will always be correlated. The value of the correlation decides how much it will be. Malareddy, in case of correlation, we do not work on the probability part that is there in case of regression. When I will come into regression analysis, I will explain the p-value. Okay. When we talk about the correlation, we talk about the Pearson correlation. Okay, so you got this part clear? So no, it is more than 0.5. It is more than 0.5. If we go into removing the decimal factors, it will come at 0.6. Anything 0.5, 0.51 means there is a correlation. Go ahead with your calculation. Okay, so any questions till now? We'll take up the questions. We'll break for. We'll take a session break. Sorry, which part you want to be described again? Yeah, Anita, any questions you have? .5 and 0.6. Okay, that's very simple one. Just let me answer Bhuvesh Sari's thing, and then I will come to you. Okay, so Sari, when it is saying 0.05 is basically we will be calculate anything value more than 0.5 in case of Pearson correlations, Pearson coefficient value of 0.5, positive or negative, we take it as positively or negatively correlated depending upon the values. Okay, so basically what the output was coming like this, something like this. So I removed the decimal places and decimal places to 1 decimal places so that I can get the values. Okay, ideally you should always go for 2 decimal places so that if in case of if it is 5.51, it will if we go for 1 decimal places, it will, as per as number process is concerned, it will come as 0.5. Okay, so go for at least 2 decimal places. So if it is 0.051, you can take it as correlation and move it ahead with the further calculation. Okay, and Bhuveshwar says, I take the label, it's showing non-numerical data has been taken. No, if when you select the data, Bhuveshwar, then you select the even the labels, there is a tick mark. Okay, I'll just show you again. Okay, so in data analysis Toolpak, when you select the correlation, see labels in the first row, you have to tick this. If you do not select this, you will not able to show, because if it is a non-numerical data, it will not calculate. So you have to instruct your Excel, your data analysis Toolpak or Excel to do the calculation and ignoring the first row, because the first row is basically your contains the label. Okay, and no question clear. No. There are rules related to 0.0. That can be taken, Dr. Anatha, that can be taken 0.05. Usually what happens is when we do lots of statistical calculation, we do not go for whether it is highly or we want to move ahead with the regression analysis and further data analysis. We just check the value of 0.5. It is if it is correlation is positive or negative more than 0.5, we move ahead. We do not consider about highly or positively or very highly correlated, because correlation is not the in real sense gives us the entire impact. Okay. And yeah, of course, no doubt it is a part of bivariate statistics, your correlation, but correlation we do not actually consider as the decision making point. Okay, so whether it is high correlated, very high correlation, it does not matter for us. Whenever we see 0.5, more than 0.5, any value more than 0.5, we move ahead with taking as there is a correlation. Can we set a hypothesis to prove with the correlation? Madhuri, I would not advise you to go ahead with hypothesis testing using correlation. It's not actually ideally suitable for hypothesis testing. Yeah, 0.05 minus 0.7 is all negative correlation. Can we do this for 2 factors? Yes, we can do it for 2 factor, 5 factor, 7 factor, anything. I'll just I'll try to give some example using more than 1 factors. Can you give the copy and give the data in the chat box so that we can try? You can just create, Sarani, you can create a random numbers. I'll just tell you how the random numbers are created. The way to create random numbers is rand between. Okay, so you select minimum value as 3 and maximum value as say 25. It will create a random number for you. Okay. If you drop down, you'll get a random number that will be created. Just copy this random number, place anywhere as values, and you'll get that, because this values random number will actually get changes every time. Okay, so you can have the random number, do experiments on that. Not an issue. Okay, I don't have any questions here. Can you do factors? Okay, just let me just check it out if I have that. Okay, is this the new Excel sheet visible?
No, actually,
so this is a random data. So we have got the tenure. Tenure is basically one side of variable. Now it is, I hope it is visible. I've reshared it again. So tenure is one variable and there are multiple variables, other variables. Okay, so we have got marital status, age group, education, and everything like that. Okay. So what we want to do here is to do the regression analysis. Correlation. So we just go to data analysis toolpak, correlation. Okay, so we will be doing the selection part. So from here, we selected all the data. Just a moment. Start from here and selected all the data. Okay, and labels is in the first row. Output we want, say, here. Click OK, you get the output here. So this is the entire correlation values. Okay. So to ease this, let's make this as less 0.2 decimal factors. let it get us to the 2 decimal factors. Okay, so we'll just randomly, because our concern is basically to check the correlation of different variables, that is implies export marital states with the tenure. Okay, so we'll just check this part of correlation, whether it is positive or negatively correlation. So our value is 0.5, so 0.57, yes, it has got a correlation. Minus 0.57, negatively correlated. 0.76, positively correlated. 0.59, positively correlated. 0.71, positively correlated. 0.75, positively correlated. 0.72, positively correlated. 0.74, positively correlated. 0.75, positively correlated. These are not correlated. Okay, so if we say the value of this less than 0.05, so also check this one, all this less than 0.05, so these are not correlated. Okay. So what we'll do is that when we do the data cleaning process in analytics, we actually remove all this data points. Okay, remove all this variable to proceed further. Okay, so this is how we can do for multiple correlation. Lakshmi, I am not able to understand how to conclude it, sir. You got the value of the coefficient correlation, Pearson coefficient. So decide on the basis of Pearson coefficient if it is more than range between plus minus 0.5, greater than plus minus 0.5. Clear? Okay. A random number process. Okay. Random number is just go, and the function is, there are 2 ways for random number. Okay, one is the function between rand, that you can create a random number like anything, but if you want to be very specific between range, then you collect rand between, you get the minimum value say 23 and maximum as 100. So any number randomly it will create a number between 23 and 27. And you can also create an array. Okay, so you just create this one and on random array. Okay, random array says how many rows you want. So I want a rows of, say, for example, we did for multiple correlation, so you can create. So for say for I want a matrix of 5 by 6. Okay, and the minimum value should be 10, the maximum value should be say 50, and it will be an integer. Okay, I don't want the decimal factor, I want the integer factor, and okay, so it will create an array for me. So it will be array so that I can do all the calculations and everything on this. Sakshi, create a random array and keep on practicing. Nikita, same thing for you. Create a random array. I explained you how to create the random array. You can create the random array. One column with 10 random number. You can just drag the numbers down. No? You can create n numbers of rows and columns. Okay. Okay, so over to you, Amitabh sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for conducting this first part of this very much interactive session on this Microsoft Excel utilizing for this statistical analysis. So definitely, after this session break of maximum 5-7 minutes.
We'll take a break here and we'll meet in the second session. I think there are some things. Okay, so Amitabh sir is here.
Yes, yes, definitely we'll be having this
You are
small
mute,
break.
mute, Amitabh sir, you are mute.
Yeah, can all of you hear me?
No, you are mute, I think so.
I'm not mute. All of you can hear, right? Okay, okay, fine. Great. Fine. So thank you so much, Mr. Bharwa, for conducting this very interactive session on this Microsoft Excel. So hope all the participants have got more a lot of inputs about this Microsoft Excel utilized for this statistical analysis. So we'll be having our second part of this particular session very soon. So we are having this particular session break, and within this session break, again, I just want to remind you about few things. That is, number one, definitely some of you are asking for a recording of the sessions of yesterday. Definitely we'll be sharing that. Once we receive that, hopefully we'll be receiving the yesterday's recording by today, and once we receive, definitely we are going to share that in the specific WhatsApp group. You'll be receiving that. And number two is today's session. Definitely today's session is also being recorded. Once we get the recording, you will be it will be shared with you. Probably by tomorrow you'll be getting that. Number three, that I just want to remind you, after this session, there will be another third session for half an hour. By Mr. Kanak Jain. After that, we'll be having the feedback session and the assessment. And both the feedback session and the assessment are the mandatory for the certification program. So this is all about this particular session. And again, tomorrow we'll be having an exclusive practical session, interactive session on SPSS, like we are having today for these things. I mean, Excel. Tomorrow we'll be having a session, statistical analysis using SPSS. So definitely that will also be a very much interesting session. Before that, as we have mentioned in the particular program schedule, that we are going to discuss about this particular group, that is Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, because this program is being organized by Swami Vivekananda Group of Institute, especially the MBA department. Probably in the brochure and in all the this program schedule, you have seen that this program is being organized by the MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology. So basically, the Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, and there are several other group of institutes, is the brainchild of Dr. Nandan Gupta, who is the director of this whole group, actually. So presently, we are having multiple campuses. Like if you are talking about the Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, where we are offering this 2 years full-time MBA program at our Sonarpur campus, and the institute, that is Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, it is at our Badipur area, actually. Though if you are talking about the municipality area, it is in the Sonarpur Rajpur area. But however, it is near to this Badipur railway station, where along with this MBA program, we are also offering 5 different categories of degree engineering program, that is the BTech, like civil, electrical, mechanical, electronics, computer science, engineering and mechanical engineering department. Along with that, in that particular campus, we are also running some diploma engineering courses also, mechanical and computer science. Adjacent to that, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, there is another campus, that is Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Science and Technology. There we are conducting different diploma engineering program, like civil, electrical, mechanical, electronics, computer science and all. Along with that, especially a program is being conducted, that is architecture. Very few colleges in West Bengal, they are conducting this architecture. Now the reason behind saying, you may be thinking that why in this particular workshop I'm sharing all this name of the campuses of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, because so that you can be aware, those who are new to this particular system. There are many participants I know who are from our group, they know all these things, but there are many candidates who are first time interacting with our group. So that is the reason, to make them aware. I'm just explaining the same thing, right? So again, in Sonarpur, where this Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science situated, in the same area, we are having another campus, that is called Swami Vivekananda Institute of Modern Science, where we are conducting different kind of professional non-engineering courses. This BBA or the BCA, BSc Biotechnology, Microbiology, BSc Media Science, Bachelor of Travel and Tourism Management, Hotel Management. Along with that, different MSc program, like this MSc computer science, biotechnology, and the media science. And all courses we are talking about as of now are affiliated to Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, Government of West Bengal, and our SBIST, that is Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology campus, and SBI MCS, both are AICTE approved, and SBIST campus is also NAC accredited. So these are the programs we are conducting in this South Kolkata or the South 24 Parganas areas. We are having few campuses in the North 24 Parganas, that is North Kolkata area as well. That is in the Barakpur. We are having our flagship institute, that is called the Regression Education and the Research Foundation. So where actually, the kind of courses we are talking about in South 24 Pargana or South 24 Parganas or the South Kolkata area, the similar kind of replica courses are available in the Regression Education and Research Foundation. And all this campus we are talking about as of now, we have already started this program in 2008. From 2019 onwards, we have started our another venture in the Barakpur campus, that is Swami Vivekananda University. That is a state level private university we have started, where there are multiple courses we are running in the School of Management, School of Engineering, Agriculture, Science, and all. There are different kind of courses up to PhD level we are offering. So there are many probably research scholars from the same universities attending this program. So apart from that, we are also having some campuses in Bardwan area, that is Bardwan Institute of Management and Computer Science, Oriental Institute of Science and Technology. Those are affiliated to Bardwan University and Vidyasagar University. Apart from that, we are also running a few ITI colleges, near about 14 ITI colleges right now throughout West Bengal under PPP model with Government of West Bengal. And we are also running few schools under NSQF school. It's a central government scheme in the PPP model, near about 40 schools we are running. Apart from that, we are also having our own school, CBSE level 10+2 CBSE affiliated the 10+2 level school, both in Bardwan area and in this Barakpur and South 24 Parganas area. So these are our educational ventures we are having. The major reason why we are talking about this, and at several point of time that we have some requirement of good quality faculty members, management trainees in our group of institutes. So definitely, if anybody is interested for getting into this particular domain of the academics, because all of you are into the academics, either you are working as a faculty member or doing some research. So anybody, if you are interested, so we are always eager to collect good quality CVs. We have to evaluate the people who are suitable for our organizations. So definitely some of you, if you are interested, especially in the areas of computer science, biotechnology, microbiology, management. So if somebody are interested and having the requisite qualification as per AICTE and the UGC, definitely you are free to share your CVs. So definitely we'll be evaluating. If you are shortlisted, definitely we can have a talk regarding the same. So thank you so much for patiently listening to us for this particular program. So definitely we are having this short break, and we'll be coming back shortly with Mr. Vishal Verma, who will be continuing with the next part. Definitely, all the best to all of you for your assessment today. That will be conducted after the third session. So thank you so much for listening to me and attending this particular session. Thank you so much. So just please be aware that Mr. Verma will be starting his session shortly.
Amitabh sir, I'm here only, but
Okay.
I think all the participants needs a break. If they needs a break, we can start around 5 minutes. After 5 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. And now it is around 3:52. We can start around say, give them 4 or 8 minutes break. We can start by 4.
Yes, sure. So
Yeah.
we can reconnect at 4.
Yeah, right. So all of you can take a break, and we'll start again at 4 p.m.
So 14 and 15 regression analysis I have been using, but most popular in statistical analysis, especially as academic part is concerned, or educational or small work at corporate is concerned, we basically take 2 regression analysis. One is called as linear regression, and another is called as the logistic regression. Apart from that, there are different numbers of regression: polynomial regression, elastic nest regression, and intermediate regression. There are different types of regression. We'll not go into that details. We'll be concentrating more on the linear regression as well as the logistic regression. These regressions are important as far as any of the predictions are concerned. Okay, so let's understand regression analysis. Let's understand regression analysis first. So when we're talking about the regression analysis, especially in case of linear regression, can anyone tell me why we do regression analysis? What is the purpose behind doing the regression analysis? Let me have a feedback of your understanding on regression. To understand the impact of one variable or another, cause and effect, increase, cause of limitation of the correlation. See, relation between two variables can be done using correlation, can be done using covariance, can be done using ANOVA, can be done with any things, made with more than two relations, but does not make any sense when you have got this thing. Nadia says Nadia says future prediction between correlation between two variables. Nadia, I'm not able to understand what you're trying to say. I'm sorry for that. Purpose, that is what we are trying to understand, Monica. What is the purpose? Strength of the relationship among variables, that can be done using Pearson correlation. Why you will go for regression analysis? To predict the most likely value of one variable given the value of another variable from the set of tabulated values. Pinto, yes, up to some extent, yes, you are correct, but I would like to have a more precise pinpoint answer for that. To examine the correlation of two variables. Kasif, I do not understand why we will go the regression analysis to understand the correlation. To understand how the independent variable influences the dependent variable. That is there already in the correlation. Which variable has impact on the other? Kanchan, that is there in case of correlation. To understand how two variables are related, that is, if independent variable changes by 1 unit, how much there will be change in the dependent variable. Bhaskar, that is there in the correlation, that is there in ANOVA. To express dependent variable in terms of independent variable, I don't think Raghu is the right answer. Correlation only tells the direction, but regression also tells how much with the direction. Raman, I am not able to understand your answer. Impact of dependent variable on independent variable on dependent variable. That is there in the correlation ANOVA. To know the independent variable, almost all the answers are finding the same. Okay. See, the major purpose of doing the regression analysis, Kasif, yes, it helps us in prediction, but you need to understand why we draw a regression line. Okay. The regression line is drawn in such a manner is to reduce the sum of the square of error. Okay, so if we just take a normal plot, okay, so if this is an x and y axis, so this is x and this is y, there are two variables. Okay, there can be multiple relationship among this. Okay, so we have got one data point here, we have got one data point here, we have got one data point here, we have got one data point here. Okay, so it can be data points at all levels. Okay. Then what we do is to draw a regression line, right? Now, the purpose of drawing this regression line, because if we talk about the relationship Okay, we talk about forecast. Forecast can be used using the time series forecasting. If we talk about relationship can be done in the using the correlation. Even the forecasting can be done using an ANOVA. Yes, Mandeep, you are more close to that. The best fit model. Okay. Now, when we talk about the best fit model, is basically we need. So, if the data point is there and the straight line is passing this point. Okay. So, what is happening here is that we have got this difference. Now, this is called as the standard error. Okay. Now we have the line should be as fit as possible. The line should be as fit as possible so that we can reduce the sum of square of error. Why we calculate the sum of square of error? Because it can be error can be positive or negative. Once we convert that into a square, the positive or negative get offset. Okay, so the value of the positive as negative once it is squared. So if it is -2 into -2, it will become 4. Okay, so when we square any negative value, it's also become positive. Positive values by default are positive value. That is what we say sum of square of error, to reduce the sum of square of error. So this particular line, what we call as the regression line, actually reduce the sum of square of error. Okay, so when we talk about sum of square of error, this is to find the best lines article. Now, when we talk about regression analysis, I said that it's a bivariate statistics. When it is bivariate statistics, it combines all the properties of covariance as well as correlation. Okay, it's a two variables are involved. Bivariate means there are two variables. One is an independent variable, one is a dependent variable. In case of multiple regression analysis, there are multiple independent variable and one dependent variable. In case of simple linear regression, it is one multiple variable and one independent variable and one dependent variable. When it is multiple correlation, multiple independent variable, one dependent variable. Now that independent variable is dependent upon many independent variable. Okay, always remember that when we do statistical analysis, we stop at p-value. Majority of the time we check the p-value. Okay, I'll come to the p-value again. When we check the p-value, we assume that if the p-value is okay, when we talk about statistics, there are multiple forms of statistics. Regression and correlation and covariance, these are called as the bivariate statistics. Bivariate statistics means that there are two variables, one is independent variable, other is a dependent variable. Okay, that is why it is called as bivariate statistics. When the number of independent variable, especially when we talk about multiple, we did the multiple correlation, taking many variables. Okay, so it also falls under the category of bivariate statistics because there is one dependent variable and numbers of independent variable. Similarly, when we talk about multiple regression analysis, says that there is one dependent variable and multiple independent variable. Clear? Okay, so when we are talking about this, so our purpose is basically to reduce the sum of a square of error. Okay. Now this particular straight line that you see here, is basically what we form the equation of the regression equation. Okay, now regression equation, why we call as y hat multiple independent variables, Srijani, one dependent variable. multiple independent variable, one dependent variable. These all independent variable are changing the properties of the dependent variable. Okay, so if you are trying to predict that a number, yes, if the number, say for example, there is an increase or decrease in the number of COVID cases, there can be various variables. People not wearing masks, people are not maintaining social distancing, they are not vaccinated, blah, blah, blah. These are all independent variable. Dependent variable is the increase in the number of COVID cases. Okay, so even there is people are not wearing masks, or people are not vaccinated, or people are not maintaining social distance, or whatever you can say. Okay, these are all the independent variable. They are impacting the dependent variable, that is the increase in the COVID cases. Okay, so clear about this independent and the dependent variable. Okay, so once we have done with the dependent, the independent variable, now we have got the y hat, that is the predicted outcome. Okay, so many of people who said that basically, Lakshmi, which part you want to be get repeated? Okay, so when we are we also use regression analysis for predicting the outcomes. Okay, so predicting the outcome is, yes, we can say that it is the benefit of using the regression analysis. But the major purpose of the regression analysis is to reduce the sum of a square of error, minimize the sum of a square of error. So when we are talking about the prediction part, okay, we have got the y hat. So y hat plus a, that is in the constant, b and x. So this is the value that we have in the case of regression analysis. So y hat is equal to a plus bx. Now those who have done who are coming from this mathematical background or statistical background, they can understand, they must have read about straight line equation. Okay, so if you have read for the straight line equation, this regression analysis is derived from the straight line equation. Okay. So when we say about this straight line, this basically a is your intercept and b is the slope. Okay. Now let's I've just taken a random sample. Okay, now this random sample is basically when we yeah, Jayad, your question please. Okay, so we have got what is happening is that whenever we go to a restaurant, we get a bill after we take our food, and then we also give some tip to the staff. So I am a manager for the restaurant, right? So I want to know how much tip I am collecting after every bill. So what I have done, I have randomly collected 5-6 data. On the basis of that, what was the bill amount and what is the tip that I got out of that. So on the basis of this, what I'm trying to predict is that if certain bill amount is there, okay, what is the expected tip that I can get out of this particular bill value? Getting the question? Why we are trying to do that? So every time I go to a restaurant, okay, I go tip a person, tip my waiter, and I need to do some calculation. Okay. So I will explain you process by process different ways how to you can do the regression analysis. Okay, so we have got this bill and type. One function, one process is just using the, I think it has been removed. Regression has been removed. Okay. So just select this bill and tip, go into insert, select the scattered plot. Okay, this is scattered plot. Once you have done with the scattered plot, this data are the tip and the bill value. Clear with this? Just add the chart detail. Okay, and then add the trend line. Okay, and when we go to trend line, select the linear. Now this linear line that we are getting is basically what we call as the linear regression. Okay, if you go into more option, display the equation on the chart. You see, this is the equation that we have got. Let's put it here. So y is equal to a plus bx. Clear? Komal, I will not go much into detail. I'm just explaining the process. You have to experiment yourself and learn more into that. Because it's a very short duration course and it's not possible for me to cover each and everything. Okay, so we got this equation, regression equation. Okay, do it once again. Bill tip selected, go to insert, go to scattered plot, select the scattered plot. Clear till this point? Okay, when you select this, go on chart elements, select the chart label, go to trend line, select the trend line as linear. Okay, if you select linear forecasting, it will go ahead of the data. If it is linear, then it will be stopping at that. Okay, select the linear part, click on more option, drag down, display the R equation on the chart. This equation is coming here. The equation that you see here is the regression equation. Clear with this? Okay. Now, while you do anything in regression, always remember, let's calculate the mean of this bill. Mean of the bill is, we can use the function of average. Okay, calculate the mean of this and calculate the mean of your bill, sorry, tip. Okay, now this is 40 and 55. Okay, so let's copy this value here. Let's remove this a little bit. Select all this data, go to insert, go to scattered plot. Go to trend line, linear, more option, display our equation. Okay, and also need the values here. Data levels. Okay. Now, why I have added the mean is there is got some purpose behind that. There is a purpose behind that. Now you see that the point 55 out of this tip. Okay, so if we see it is falling on 55 and 740. Okay. This always remember that whatever the mean value of this data that we are having, there is no change in the data. Okay, so whenever this line, particular line is going on, this line is going, okay, it will always pass through the mean value. This particular mean value that we see here, it is called as centroid. The linear regression equation must pass through the centroid. Okay, if it is not passing through centroid, there is a problem with your regression equation. Clear with this concept of centroid? Okay, so once we once again, okay, so whenever we calculate the mean of the value, okay, the mean of the existing value, we get the mean. Okay, we calculated the mean. Once the mean is there, it will be having a value on the scattered plot. The straight line, whatever the line we are assuming, okay, will be there on the, will pass through this value, that is the mean of this bill and the tip. Okay, and this particular value is called as the centroid. Kashif, yes, linear regression is always a straight line. Okay, in case of elastic net regression, polynomial regression, logistic regression, these are not a straight line. Many of them are not a straight line. Okay, we do a number of ways the regression analysis is concerned, but in this linear regression, when we talk about specifically about linear regression, it is a straight line. Okay, so the other way is to, when we are trying to predict, we can just select that values. Okay, go to trend line, more option. Okay, here you see that we want to forecast for a certain period of time. Okay, so we want to go for say 500, and backward we do not want, but still we can say that we want it for say 50. Okay, so what is happening is that if the same line continues, this particular line that we were having, okay, so if the bill data is we are expecting a 1500 or so, 500, the value will be coming there. So you see there will be multiple values here. That is how we project the equation. Okay, that is how the prediction is being done. If it is normal, then we can go ahead with this. Clear? Okay, now let's go into actual calculation processes. Okay, using the data analysis Toolpak. So we have got this bill and the tip. Let's go into data analysis Toolpak. So we will select regression. So here it says about two things. In correlation, it just asked about the total array. But in regression, we have got two things. One is the dependent variable and the independent variable, right? So when we are talking about the independent variable are the x variables, dependent variable is the y variable. Always remember. So what we are trying here to predict is that what will be the amount of tip that we will be getting. So we want the tip is dependent upon the bill value. Clear? And a bill value is independent of the tip. So for dependent, that is y variable, we take tip as y variable, and then we take independent variable as your x, right? We have got labels here, and we will take the output here itself. Clear? And then click OK. So this is our statistical output. Similar output you can see in SPSS also. Okay. Now see here the value of the p square. P value. Let's put it as 3 decimal places. Right. 95% when we take Srijani, we take actually that the confidence level should be 95%. That is why we take the p-value. P-value is taken at 0.05. Okay, any values less than 0.05 for the p-value. P-value is basically probability. So probability should be, if the probability is more than 95%, chances of happening is more than 95%, then it makes sense, or else it does not make any sense. That is why we always calculate p-value should be less than 0.05. Okay, in correlation, remember it should be more than 0.5. In case of p-value, it should be less than 0.05. Okay, less than 0.05 means 0.05 when we are taking, if we take into decimal factor and convert it into percentage, it will be 5%. So the more the lesser the value of lesser the value of the p-value, it is increasing the probability of the happening. Okay, so that is why when we take, if it is more p-value is more than 0.05, we ignore that variable. Clear? Okay, so we check with the p-value at 0.05. It is less than 0.05. Ignore variables, Srijani, means that when we talk about multiple variable, we said in the case of correlation, multiple correlation, that some of the variable we can ignore. See, degree of freedom is different. Degree of freedom is different. P-value is different. Ikra. Degree of freedom is different. Degree of freedoms is basically n-1. In general, it is n-1. Or when it is multiple variable, then it is n-d-1. Okay, we are talking about p-value approach. Okay, when we are talking about the p-value approach, we say that you see, Sarani, there will be regression there. It is alphabetically arranged. Go scroll down, you will find the regression there. Okay, so we are there in the p-value approach. So our p-value, the value that is coming as 0.031. 0.031 is less than 0.05. So we say that because of the p-value coming, p-value approach, this hypothesis that now again let's come back to hypothesis testing. So we use the p-value approach for hypothesis testing in this case. Okay. Now, p-value approach in hypothesis testing says that if the value of if the p-value is less than 0.05 or a threshold p-value that we are taking, in general, the threshold value of p-value is taken as 0.05. It is less than 0.05, then we accept that null hypothesis is accepted or alternative hypothesis is accepted. Okay. Depending upon how you define the null hypothesis or how you define the alternative hypothesis. If I say that my null hypothesis is that the increase in the bill value has got no impact on the tip. Now, if I define this as null hypothesis, my p-value approach is less than 0.05, then it is saying that my null hypothesis is not correct, and I will be accepting my alternate hypothesis. Okay, it depends upon how you define the null hypothesis. What is the definition you have put in the case of null hypothesis and the alternate hypothesis, right? So we got the p-value here at 0.031. Here p-value is 0.031 in this case. A p-value, basically, when we say about p-value, it says that the 95%. So 0.05 means 5%. Okay, if we convert 0.05, write 0.05 and convert it into percentage, it is 5%. Okay, so wherever we do the calculation, we say with the 95% confidence level. Okay, when we say 95% confidence level, that is the, what is the intercept then? I'm coming, Nikita, to the intercept and the slope. Okay, let's first judge the thing on the basis of the p-value, whether we should proceed or not proceed, whether we should go ahead or not go ahead, whether your null hypothesis is correct or not correct. Pinto, is very simple. If we say that my null hypothesis says that there is an impact of increase in the bill on the increase in the tip, and my p-value is coming as 0.031, that is below 0.05 threshold, then I accept the null hypothesis, means whatever I am proposing is correct. If its value is more than 0.05, I will say that the p-value, according to the p-value approach, my null hypothesis is not correct. I will accept the alternative hypothesis. Alternate hypothesis says that there is no impact of increase in the bill on the tip. Clear? Okay, so we were there in the p-value. So p-value says that 0.31. So we are accepting our null hypothesis. So once we are accepting the null hypothesis, now next part is to make the regression equation. Now, if you see this output here, we have got two things here, these two coefficients. Okay, so one coefficient that is there, you see as the intercept, is basically the value of your intercept, and this coefficient is what we call as the slope. Okay, so your equation will be this value of this intercept into this coefficient. Sorry, here it will be plus into your whatever the value that is variable of x. So if I take x as 800. Now this will give you the value of your equation. Okay, so intercept is this. So for example, A, this is the value. For B, this is the value. Clear with this? And X, we can take any variable that we want to predict. $800 is the random number we have taken, the value of X we want to predict. Yes, you can do the calculation here. No? The tip will coming at around 59 rupees. Okay, so got it. Okay, now here what more important thing that we check the p-value. Okay, now see here the value of multiple r and r square. Now this value is becomes important, especially the r square value and the multiple r square value, where multiple r value when we work with the multiple linear regression. But Srijani, that's the when it is accepted, it's if you see the p-value less than 0.05. It's very simple. If we are using the p-value approach, we will just see whether it is less than 0.05. Okay, if it is less than 0.05, we will accept the null hypothesis, depending upon how you define the null hypothesis. Okay, always remember that the null hypothesis is you, the researcher, who is defining the null hypothesis. If you define alternate hypothesis as the null hypothesis, then you have to go to the alternate way. Sakshi, the default is there. It will be calculating the multiple R value. Okay, it's a default summary output that will calculate the multiple R value. Okay. Now let's understand the value of the why we have the R square value here. Okay, R square value says that, say for example, what happens in your AccuTherm or Google Weather. Okay, so when we have the Google Weather, it says that it's going to rain. Always happens that way. That Google Weather says that it is going to rain in another 5 hours or 6 hours, and it actually rains. No, many a times it happens, many a times it does not happen. Okay, so if that is the prediction correct, okay, if the Google Weather is giving us the correct prediction, we want to know with how much surety it is saying that it is correct. Now that value with at how much confidence level that prediction is going to be correct, we can get that value from the R square. So here the R square value is 0.726%. Okay, so if we just use that and convert it into percentage, it says that 73% probability is that whatever I am predicting, there is a 73% chances that my prediction is going to be correct. Always remember, those who are into analytics, anything less than 70% prediction is wrong. You cannot say. Okay, 50%, if I say 50% probability of any person going out, meets an accident or not accident, there will be always a 50% chance. Okay, you throw throw a coin, it will be either head or tail, it will always 50%. Okay. So 50% probability does not make any sense unless and until you are at least 70% sure that this is going to going in a right direction. So check your R square value. If it is more than 70%, then your prediction is going to be somewhat correct. The more the higher value of the R square, the more your prediction is correct. It can never be 100%. No prediction can be 100%. Okay, so this is what we do in the simple linear regression. Let me just check it out. I must have that sheet of multiple variate regression analysis. Okay, so this is the data set for a multiple variate regression analysis. Srijani, ideally it should be, you know, the more it is, the more the value of the R square it is, more it is there. Okay, 75% and above is better, but many a times it is, you know, around 73, 74. So it has become a norm that we take 70%. Kashif, where did you get the value of the degree of freedom? Okay, degree of freedom is basically number of variables minus 1. Okay, so if you have, you know, 6 variable there, 6 data points, so we have we collected the bill value of 6. Okay, so degree of freedom will be 6 minus 1. In case of multiple regression analysis, it will be n minus d minus 1. Now d is basically the number of variables. Okay, so it will give you the degree of freedom. Okay, so let's go to multivariate regression analysis. So we have got 2 variables here, that is the sale, price and promotion. So sales is basically impacted by price and promotion. So there are 2 variables independent variable. One is independent variable is the price, another independent variable is the promotion. Okay, and the dependent variable in our case is your, in our case is the sales. Okay, so let's go back straight to the your data analysis Toolpak. Select the regression. Okay, in case of regression, these are no, we want the output first, dependent variable. So this is the dependent variable. Then we want the independent variable. Okay, we have got labels here and we want the output right away here. We can take the output here. Okay, and go for regression output. Okay, so let's check the p-value first. Remove the decimal places to, let's convert it into number and go for 3 decimal places. You see the 3 decimal places, it's less than 0.05. Okay, let me do it again. Go to data analysis Toolpak, regression. We want the output range. This is the y variable, that is the dependent variable. These are the independent variables. We want the labels we have because we have taken the labels. Okay, and we want the output range right away here. And click OK. Get the output here. Clear? Now we need to convert this into a number up to 3 decimal places. Ritik, I'm coming to solver. Please wait. Please have a patience. Okay, so p-value, we are accepting the null hypothesis. We have got your intercept and slopes. Check the R square value. Convert it into percentage. So 76% accepted. And then you can design your equation, right? Lakshmi, there are 2 things in regression. If you want to go for regression as far as the statistics courses are concerned, that's a different. What we are doing here is using the Excel to get the output of the regression analysis. Okay, that is very simple. I'm not going into doing the manual calculation of the regression. So done with this part. So now I hope you can do the regression analysis using Excel. Equation is simple, no? It's just equal to intercept plus price, take value of any x value as any as say 78 randomly value of x plus into randomly value of say 300. This is how you develop the equation. You're trying to Nikita, you're trying to predict what will be the sales if the price and the promotion. I am working on the price and the promotion part. I'm trying to predict the sales effect on the sales. Okay, so I hope you can do from here. It's just simple. The coefficient, our formula for what is the formula? Y hat, what we are trying to predict is A plus B1 into X1 plus B2 into X2. Okay, so X1 here is say price and X2 is the promotion. Okay, B1 and B2 we are getting from the here as the coefficient. Yes, Ritika, I have just taken a random part of that. Yes, Abhijit, you can do that part. I'm not going into much of the detail of statistics. I'm just trying to make your life a little bit easier. Okay, you can check for the F test and everything. Statistics, you can go and go ahead with the other calculations. Srijani, I did not understand. Explain the analysis. Sakshi, you need a little bit of practice. It's very easy. Srijani, I will not go into ANOVA. Okay, we have got very short duration of time. Okay, we have left with another half an hour. It will be difficult, Srijani. Next time, definitely we will ask the institute to organize something. Then I will go for the ANOVA and other things. Okay, so done with this part. So we can do all the regression analysis here. Okay, now let me just go back quickly to Pinto, I'm not going into such of detail into that. The duration is very short of this course. I'm not able to go into very much detail into that. Okay, I'm really sorry for that. Okay, so just a moment. Okay, now let's go into what we call as the logistic regression. Okay, so let me explain you the concept of logistic regression. Okay, logistic regression is basically your based on your probability, the concept of probability. So it says that anything can happen or not happen. Okay, either can happen. You know, you toss a coin, it can be either head or tail. Okay, you know, you go on any person who is working in an organization will either leave the organization or not leave the organization. Okay, it can happen either way, not all the way. Okay. So just taking a random example, you're trying to get admitted into the PhD course of Swami Vivekananda University. So the institute has designed something, some prediction model, and on some criteria, that is on your GRE score. Is it possible to check residual diagnostic? Yes, Avijit, it is possible to check residual diagnostic analysis. It is possible to check all the, you know, four target part that we are, you know, the linearity, the polarity, everything can be checked using that. I'm not going to go into detail because of the sparsity of the time. Okay, it will take time to explain each and everything. Okay, so when we talk about the linearity and the other issues, normality plot and everything is possible completely in case of actual analysis. So I will just give you a quick way how to do that. You can go and do by yourself. So you go to regression analysis. In regression analysis, you see here you need the residuals, or you need the residual plots, you need the normality plot, everything you can just select and you can get the values. Okay. Nikita, it's not possible to cover each and everything. Okay, it's a very short duration. I'm just trying to give you the overview of this, you know, this entire process. Okay, there are thousands of things that is there in the Excel. It's not possible to cover the entire thing into 3 hours. Okay, so let's do as much as possible. Okay. So when you're trying to get admitted into PhD course in your Swami Vivekananda University, then we have they have set up three criteria. One is the GRE score, your GPA score, okay, and the rank of the university or the college on some random number, the rank of the college, and then decide that whether this person will be able to getting admission into your Swami Vivekananda University PhD department or not. Okay, now before I go into detail, okay, let me explain you what the entire process is. So when we talk about logistic regression, the value is either 0 or 1. Okay, it can happen or not happen. So this particular value, basically in case of logistic regression, the equation is not a linear equation. Sorry, linear equation, it will be a sigmoid equation. Okay. So the value starts from here, the probability of chances of happening, keep on increasing. Okay. And finally it happens. Okay, it is not happening, so it's keep on increasing the value of the probability of happening. So what we do is basically when we say it is more than 0.5%, 0.5 is the probability, more than 50%, we accept. It depends upon the historical data itself. If the historical data says that if it is 0.5 is the acceptable criteria, you can go for that. Either you can go for the acceptable criteria on the basis of That, yeah, I think you have heard about Bayes theorem of probability. Okay, so this Bayes theorem actually helps in case of logistic regression. So let's keep it simple. Okay, so the purpose here is that the person will be either admitted or not admitted. So whatever the probability of happening of this, chances of getting admitted will be the higher the probability whether it will be admitted or not admitted, basis on the your whatever the historical data says so, right? Okay, so let's okay, so the process of calculating the logistic regression by default is not available in your Excel. Okay, so when we say we are using the data analysis Toolpak, it says about the regression, that regression is basically your linear regression. Okay, so logistic regression technically is not possible in case of your Excel. Okay, but when I am here and explaining you the logistic regression and I am doing it on Excel, that means there is always a way to do that, right? Okay, so first thing is that we have to do n numbers of calculation that is there. So what I will do, I will share this file. Just let me check. I think sharing file is allowed. Yes, sharing file is allowed here. Okay, so what I will do, I will share this file to you so that you can do some random calculation and the formulas will be clear. First thing is that we have to calculate the what we do is to randomly or just take assume the value of b0, b1, b2, b3 as 0.01 randomly. There is no logic behind that, randomly. Okay, now the next thing is that we have to first go for the preparing the logit equation. Logit is important in case of your logistic regression. Okay, so let's lock it. Okay, and then b0 plus b1 x1. So b1 is this into x1. X1 is your, when we're taking this b0 is the GRE, we take this value into GRE, okay, plus GPA, freeze that, into value of the GPA plus coefficient for your into value of your that whatever the rank is coming. Okay, so we get the values of the logit. Okay, next thing is that we have to calculate the exponential of the value. Okay, so the function for exponential is exp, and then the number we can calculate the exponential of that. Is it not audible to anybody?
Vishal sir, you are audible. There is no issues.
Okay, so you, then you need to check your one candidate is having some issues. Okay, let me just check it out. I think there is some error.
There is some people who did not connect his actually audio. So there is that's why they're facing the issues.
Okay. I don't know. There's some error. Why this error is coming? Okay, the process remains the same. I think there is some issue with the Excel sheet. Then it says exponential divided by 1 plus exponential, value of the exponential. So it says the probability. There is some issue in the calculation step. Just give me a second. Let me just check it out why this error is coming. Ideally, it should not come. Okay, actually, in this part, it was I don't know how I have written 8. That is why the entire problem came into existence. So okay, so we got this. Now it's working fine. Okay, now the process for this is that we have to calculate the natural logarithm. So whatever the output is there, so we have got the output. That is the output is either 0 or 1. So we have got here this equal to output, okay, into natural logarithm. That is to calculate the natural logarithm, the function is ln into probability of x. Okay. Then we have to say plus 1 minus the output. That is, if it is 0, it will be 1. Okay, into natural logarithm of 1 minus probability of x. This is the formula that you need to calculate. Okay, so we got this log likelihood. Okay, so we have got many questions here. Who will simplify here? I will be sending you the functions. See, technically logistic regression is not possible, so we have to use the formulas that are there in the logistic regression. Okay. In the logistic regression, when we are using all the processes, we first just trying to put that processes in working and accordingly trying to calculate the log likelihood. Okay, so we have got the log likelihood here, and then we do what we do is to calculate the sum of all the log likelihood. Okay, so we talked about solver. Okay, so if we go into data, Mandeep, I will say, share this Excel sheet. Okay, all the formulas are there. Just try to be with me because I am running short of time and I have to do some more calculations on this. Okay, I'll share this file with everyone. Yeah, I will share. Visit this workbook. I will share because it contains the formula how you are going to work on. Okay, now let's go into our data analysis Toolpak and we'll go to solver. Okay, now let's understand the this entire process of solver. Solver is basically an engine that helps us in solving some processes. So if it see the entire solver, okay, there are 3 solver engines. Okay, this is what we are. You're able to see this pop out. You can see the solver one. Okay, okay, great. Okay, so when we see here the solver, it's this particular, when you drop down to this, select the solver solving method. This solving method technically is called as the solver engines. Okay, now there are 3 kinds of solver engine. One is GRG nonlinear. Okay, one is simplex, LP, and then evolutionary. GRG nonlinear is basically used when there is a no linear relationship between the data variables. Like case in our logistic regression, it's a non-linear relationship. Okay. Simplex LP is basically a linear programming relationship that we used to do with your simple linear regression analysis. Evolutionary is a higher brand where what we actually depends upon Darwin's theory on evolutions, that is best fit theory. So it selects out of the best and on the basis of that step by step there. It is basically used in different kinds of other regression analysis, not in case of the logistic regression. So in case of logistic regression, what we use is the GRG nonlinear engine. Okay, now what is happening here is that what we are trying to do here is to increase the log likelihood. Okay, our purpose is to increase the log likelihood. To increase the log likelihood, what we have to what we are doing here is to that, if you see here, that is so yes, it shows about the that we have to maximize the log likelihood. Okay, maximize so what is the objective? Objective is to maximize this value. Okay, 0.36 minus 336.093. Okay, maximize this log likelihood. As since it is negative, so the negative number should come down. Okay. Now, how it is going to maximize is that they will the solver will change the value of the B0, B1, B2, B3, and so on. Okay, so what is the value? What we are talking about? Asking the us to do is that to change the value of this B0, B1, and B2 that we have randomly selected. Okay, remember when I started, I said that there is no logic behind that. We have to just randomly select taking at 0.001. Okay, so basically I am asking the solver to minimize this by changing the value of those things. Okay, when I hit solve, Okay, it is already solved in just seconds. Okay, and asking me whether I want to keep the solver solution, I want to restore the original value. Let's keep the solver value. Click OK. Now if you go on the top, okay, you see here the value of the constants has changed. 0.376 and GRE values, GPA values, and rank. Right? So now you can build up the equation from here. Everyone can build up the equation from here. Your regression equation. Now there is an alternative. Just click on the solver. Okay, set the objective that I have to maximize the objective, that is we have to maximize the log likelihood. Other way of using the solver, using in case of logistic regression, that we actually calculate the log loss and minimize the log loss. Here what we are trying to do is to maximize the log likelihood. There are various methods, there are various ways to do that. One way is to increase the log likelihood, other way is to decrease the log loss. Okay, so when we are using the log loss, we minimize the log loss. When we are using the log likelihood, we actually maximize the log likelihood. Okay, and then we are asking them to change the equation. Okay. So equation can be will automatically be changing the values. Regression equation is quite simple to use. Regression equation, that what we call is that our y is equal to b0 plus b1 b1 into x1 plus b2 into x2. That is our regression equation. Okay, so b0 is that what we are getting here. Okay, it can be b1, b3, b4 number of variables that we want to take. Now the challenge with solver is basically when you are working with more than 20 variables, okay, it will be difficult for solver to work. Okay, if it is less than 20 variable, that is the same way we are Srijani, that is the same way you select there. Okay, when you click on solver, okay, just click on here and you select the data. It's as simple as that. It's a normal process for everything. Okay, so what I was saying. Okay, so when it is more than 20 variables, it is difficult to use solver because solver will be not able to solve your problem when it is more than 20 variables. So in case if it is more than 20 variables, you are working with the data. Usually it is not more than 20 variables, but in case it is more than 20 variables, so you can go into your add-in market. You can go and get add-ins. In add-ins, you can check for Excel Miner Toolpak. Okay, this is freely available. You can just connect it and download it. Once you have downloaded, it will come into your home and it will come like this. Okay, all your analysis Toolpak is there. The advantage is that you have got logistic regression here. So when we you go for the logistic regression, the purpose is the process is almost similar to your linear regression. That is, you have to go for the Y output. Y output is here this one. X output is GRE, CPA, and rank, and then calculate the confidence level output. You have to give the output here. Now the advantage of using the data Excel Miner is that it will give you the p-value approach. It uses the p-value approach. Let me show you how it is being done. Okay, so we have got the y output. So y will be many a times it does not work properly. So I would suggest you to do just make a note of it at what values you have. So we have at A401. So we start with A1 to A401. And output range will be B1 to B401. And we want output at say G2. And click OK. Get the output here. Avijit, mine is Office 365. Okay, and you'll get the Excel Miner. Go to Insert. Okay, and Insert, you select, go to Add-in. There is a market there. Okay, you will find that in the Office add-ins. You just search for Excel Miner. You'll get this one. Okay, so we have got this output here. So just increase the size and just let's concentrate on the p-value. Okay, convert it into numbers. Okay, we see that there is an issue with the GRE. 0.05. It is more than 0.05. So we'll not consider as this as one of the variable. We will go ahead and do the calculation on the basis of the GPA and the rank. Right. So this is an overview of using data analysis toolpaks and solvers. Okay, and some calculation you can do. Thanks for your time. Because of the short duration, I am not able to answer many of your queries. So over to you, Amitabh sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Verma. So Meghdut sir, are you there? Yes, Meghdut sir, if you can, formally conclude this session. Meghdut, your, this mic is muted. Okay, fine. Yeah, Meghdut, can you hear us? Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yeah, please.
A very good evening to all the participants. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for such a lovely session. In fact, we have understood that, instead of SPSS, instead of RStudio, we can also, have Excel, right? The potential of Excel is such that we can also use them, right, with equal importance. Thank you, sir, for, taking a session on regression, logistic regression, correlation, multiple correlation, descriptive statistics, and, all different aspects of statistics you have touched. And I'm sure that, it's a very interesting session and the participants have learned a lot. Thank you so much for finding time and for such an engrossing knowledge sharing session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Meghdut sir, for formally concluding this particular session. So we'll be, getting into the next session. So give us just 1 minute time. So we'll be getting into our next session. Okay, now we'll be going into our third session of the day. So now I would like to request Professor Deviation Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, MBA Department, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, to formally invite our next speaker, Mr. Kanek Jain. Devan, can you hear us?
ঠিক আছে okay yes sir Amitabha sir, am I being audible?
Yes, you are audible. Just give us 2 minutes, 1 minute
Right,
time.
sir.
Let's see that whether the video we can play.
Sure sir, sure.
Professor Devan Chakraborty, you may please introduce our next speaker, Mr. Kanek Jain.
Yes sir. Okay, thank you Amitabha sir for giving me the technical solution for this. Am I being audible sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening everyone. and all the delegates and the participants. I am Deviation Chakravorty, Assistant Professor of MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology. It is my privilege to be a part of the 3-day workshop on statistical analysis, which was jointly organized by MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology. As we move on to the final session of this day, I have my privilege to welcome on board Kanak Kumar Jain. It is my privilege to welcome sir, who is a volatility coach, international speaker, trainer, and an author. In addition to being certified financial planner, he specializes in gamification of personal finance and wealth management. Beside his immediate field of expertise as the founder of a very successful SSL Academy, he is a serious trainer and a consultant to various organizations where he plays the role of master of ceremonies for training-oriented events. Sir has wide range of skills, he is an enchanting and energetic speaker and has conducted many inspirational, motivational, skills development and finance-oriented training sessions for many reputed organizations as well as institutions. Due to his many hats, he is a much sought after figure in the professional training area. Sir has been working as a wealth planner for many years now. Beyond wealth planning and imparting financial literacy to the people, his ultimate goal has become to make the people of this entire generation financially literate. Sir is very much people-centered, believes in building leaders for tomorrow. He is a voracious leader himself, a strong proponent of physical fitness, and listens to energy-filled music. He is a lover of nature, arts, and people above all. Well, to put in his own words, if I may quote him once again, his mission in life is to ensure growth of at least one human being every day through financial planning, literacy, and education. I could have gone furthermore with the introduction of Kanak Jain sir, but I will request him to hand over the entire session and grace us with his kindful words and his training. Sir, if I can hand over the session to you.
Thank you, Deviation. Thank you so much, Deviation, and thank you, Amitabha, for having me here. I'm sure next few minutes after such a beautiful session, which was technical, and people have really got a lot out of that, including myself. Like Excel is something which is very useful as far as wealth management and finance is concerned. I'll say that it is in and out everywhere. This is all over. It is Excel. And today, during my session, I'll just like to show also how statistical, how this Excel data and how other data, which is in huge quantity, can actually be analyzed. Whatever we have learned so far, the technical part, how we are putting them everything, how we can actually use those data, how that is used in the finance, or rather in case of managing your wealth, how mutual fund companies or maybe the stocks and related things are being used, and that can be made so easy. But before we begin, I would like to just share that again, my work over here is to share about wealth, share about financial literacy, share about financial freedom. And we have also created various programs for students so that they can understand it and they can actually get recruited, because certain issues are there when from an organization, if there is somebody who needs to be employed, okay, for organizations like whether it is ICICI or Motilal or all these companies, they look forward to something, and that something is whether they are employable or not. So whether they will be able to handle the things practically or not. So that's something which I will be talking about, so that we can make them more practical, so that the students or maybe whoever is getting employed into these organizations, that becomes justified. Even the students get proper remuneration, and even the organization get whatever they are expecting from them. So with this, let's make this session a little interactive if required. I'll ask few questions, and if you all can answer, we can just go to the next level of understanding. The question is, all of you must have seen Kaun Banega Karodpati, or maybe Who Will Become a Millionaire. How many of you have seen? Now you'll have to use a little bit of chat box over here. If you have used or if you have seen, you can write yes, yes, yes. Okay, so all of you have seen, or maybe most of you have heard or experienced that. Great. Now the next question is, a lot of people have become Karodpatis and won 5 crore, 1 crore, or whatever the sum required is. There was one gentleman who has actually got 5 crore, and his name is Sushil Kumar. He is from Patna. So now the question is, not only in case of Kaun Banega Karodpati, but people winning lottery tickets, or people getting millions or billions of rupees or dollars, and not only in India, but across the world, whether it is Sydney, New York, UK, or wherever it is, there has been an observation. Now, what's that observation? That observation is, within 1.5 to 2 years, all these people, whatever they have earned, all these people, yeah, there is a tax deduction also. So whatever they get, okay, that's also a good money. Even if you are getting 1 crore, and even if 40% TDS is there, you are still left with 60 lakh rupees. So now what happens in 1.5 to 2 years, each and every penny that is earned is lost. Everything goes away. It just flies. Now my question is, and there's people like maybe, for example, whoever was a bus conductor, or maybe a teacher, or maybe something like that. No, he has actually got, and then finally everything just went off. My question is, why this happens? What is the reason? The major reason, they waste all the money in non-financially education. Yes, very good. Thank you. Anyone else? So Arnab has written something. A lack of financial literacy is Shashwata. That's what Shashwata says. Any other reason? You all can just not financial knowledge. Reena, Mandeep is taking lack of financial planning. What else do you think? They lose everything. No proper cash management. Yes. They don't understand before spending. Rather, they are spending more. Lack of investment knowledge. They don't know where they are investing. No proper planning. No financial planning. Less saving. Lack of awareness. Do not understand what exactly they are doing. Unplanned. Lack of financial analysis. Risk assessment they are not doing. No idea about the finances. So this is something which you all are writing. All of you are right, but I'm looking for one answer that is the reason for all this. Okay. They spend and they don't invest. Yes, in fact, the spending goes up. They start spending on luxuries and their spending goes up. Absolutely right. Their objective is only to spend. Yeah. So they are not, they're just waiting to spend. So why they are just exhort? It's too much of money, no? Which they have never got. Earning is less than spending. Yes. Earning is, in some cases, earning stops. They have not put their money to use. Okay. So not working after getting the yes, they are not working. Yes, absolutely. This is another. But why they become bankrupt? In some cases, they have even become they undergo, they become so broke that they are under debt. They even have to pay so much. Now, Sushil Kumar is, I think, earning a salary of around 20,000 rupees per month after winning 5 crore. So keep the money idle. Elaborate expenses. So yes, the status symbol, they never plan anything before getting the reward. So maybe most of the time people don't know whether they are going to get the reward or not. That is the reason they don't plan. So that is the reason, high expense, luxuries. Yes, so most of you are answering, yes, they have increased the expenses. Yes, for sure. They have no knowledge of finance, or financial literacy level is very, very low. That's again number 2, which is absolutely correct. And the third major answer which all of you have written is they have not planned, they have not done any planning for all these things. So these are the 3 Mostly all of you have written. So all of you are correct, but there is one more reason, and that includes all of them. They do not know about tax exemption. Yes, even if they don't know, they can hire someone. They have also not hired. Again, sometimes the problem is, no, most of the people who win, they actually don't hire people, so that which is like having a coach or having somebody, that also they don't do. They have not invested. Okay. So now let me ask you another question in order to answer this. Let's say there is a Holi or a Diwali or maybe some or a Durga Puja or something like that at home. And if somebody comes at our home, let's say Pishi or Mashi or maybe maternal auntie or uncle or somebody came, and there are kids in our house. So usually what happens, the people who are there, the elders and all, they try to give something to these kids. Okay, maybe a 2,000 rupee note or a 500 rupee note or something like a gift or something like that, while they are going in a form of a blessings. Let's say if one of the Mashi or the maternal aunt or maybe whatever, Pishi, whoever, so they come and they give a 2,000 rupee note to a child. What is that the child or the parents of that child will say? Do they take that note immediately? Yes, no. No. They say no. Some of you have written yes, but most of the time people say yes, no, please don't give. Only your blessing is good enough. We are happy with the blessings, and that's it. Okay. Now what happens, and this is a continuous thing. Now I'll just like to mention here that, and your blessing is good enough, or even if why this much, why are you giving 2,000 rupees, give 500 rupees, or if somebody is giving 500, we tell give 100 rupees. So it's something like that. That is the normal tendency. Now, knowingly or unknowingly, you know what has happened? There is something which is called conditioning, which is happening to this child. That has happened with all of us, in fact, all of us. Now, a little child who is just not aware about the money, whether which is 500 or 200 or 2,000, he thinks that probably I am not eligible for this 2,000 rupees. Somebody is trying to give me, and somebody is telling me, my parents are telling not to take this. So there is something which is called conditioning, which continue to happen, that no, I should not be accepting that much of money. And now same thing while he is growing, and that things actually goes up. And this is one example I have given. There are hundreds of ways wherein this thing conditioning happens. And finally, when he is going for a business or a big project, he will think that no, 500 crore project business is little bigger for me. I should actually focus only on maybe 50 crore or 20 crores. And then, or maybe, if he's got a job, or if there is something which is available, maybe, they think that it's a 5 lakh rupee job. He think, no, probably I'm not eligible for that 5 lakh rupee job. I think I should look for a 50,000 or maybe a 100,000 or maybe a 1 lakh rupee job. This becomes a mindset of that particular boy or a person. It is not about, and on the other side, if you see Mukesh Ambani's son, or maybe Azim Premji's son, so these are the people who probably will not think on these lines. So what I want to share over here, even if these people have got so much of money by way of a lottery or by way of windfall gain or way of anything, whatever they got it, they are unable to hold it because of one major reason, and that is the mindset. Since this money mindset is not there, even if you have got 5 crore rupees, after a certain point of time, you just lose everything. So in order to have that financial knowledge, financial literacy, or the unnecessary expenses, each and everything, whatever you are thinking that can be the reason for the erosion of the whole money, the one major important thing which is required is that money mindset. As long as people have that money mindset, what I have observed in last 22 years is that people, even if with less amount of money, have created a lot of wealth for themselves. People who are having a mindset of really good money, even if at a salary of a 5,000 rupee, are also generating a corpus and creating money for themselves. And yeah, I have seen that their kids, their people, they're around, they are happy at the in that journey of 15, 20, 25, 30 years also. And even if people are making a lot of money, but if that mindset is not there, neither they are able to save, their credit card bills are high, and that results in all those vicious cycle. Yes, absolutely, Srijani, you have very rightly mentioned that yes, attitude is, this mindset is also about the attitude. So this is something which is actually you cannot learn in a college or a or maybe in a school, or nobody can actually teach it. It will just come to you by what type of friends you are having around you, and what type of people, how your family, how everybody is dealing with you, and who are the people around you. So this is something which is very, very important. So whenever we talk about wealth management or finance, or maybe all these things, whether it is to students or teachers, or maybe with people, with investors, with organizations, this is the most important thing. So anything which we talk, that can only be a knowledge, that can be a statistical data, but finally what is most important is there is nothing which can be replaced with this mindset. So yes, coming back to certain things, let me ask you one more question. Okay, again, a little bit of work on this compounding. And so let me tell you a story. Okay, it's again a fictitious story. So there is a boy in this small village. He wants to go for a higher education. Now for higher education, he needs some money. And in order to get some money, what he tells that I need some money. So he goes to the money lender. Okay, this is a small maths sum. Huh? So to the money lenders tell, okay, I will pay you money, but I will charge an interest which is equal to double the amount. Okay, so let's say if I'm giving you 100 rupee, you need to pay me 200 rupees at the end of 6 months. And if it is 1 year, you need to pay me 400 rupees. If you agree to this particular interest rate, I will be willing and happy to give you the money. Then he says, no, this is very, very high. Well, no, this is what is the rule of this whole village, and everybody give money at this rates and also take money at this rate. So this student actually told that I'm having a 1 rupee coin. So if I give this 1 rupee coin to you, you will also return to me in the same proportion. He tells, okay. So he gives that 1 rupee and then he leaves. And he returns after 14 years, after he has done his higher education, he settled down in his life and all everything. And at this rate, he has given this money. And at the end of 14 years, okay, this money is getting doubled every 6 months. And at the end of 14 years, he comes. Now, can you guess and tell me what is the amount which he gets back from this particular money lender? Did you get the question? Okay, I'll show you something on the slide also. So the question is that how much is the money which becomes after this 14 years? Are you all calculating? Okay. I'm talking about a concept. Somebody is talking 56. No. See, like now 1 rupee has become 2 rupee in 6 months. In 1 year, it is 4. 2 year, it is 16. 3 year, it is 64. 4 year, it is 256. Okay. And then 5 years, it is 1024. And then 4,000 rupees in 6 years. 7 years, it is 16,000 rupees. And so I'll be getting a figure which is over here. So now you will have to tell me what is the figure. Anyways, I will share that with you. It is a simple maths. Please don't say that. 2 to the power of 28. That's fine. So I need some calculations if you all can do. Yes, that's called power of compounding. And that is something very, very simple, but sometimes that is so huge. So that's the reason I just thought I will share it with you. And then we will show you some statistical data, how they are analyzed and how they are used, and how actually students and people can actually use them. Anyone? Chalo, I have the last book which I have authored. I will give that as a gift if somebody is answering right. I'll take the address, or you can write your address to me on my phone number and I will be sharing that book. That's called Behavior Finance. Okay. I've written Vikram Betal stories, and from those stories, how behavioral finance lessons can be understood. Any guesses? 70 is the wrong answer. It is around, yes, somebody has written something. So Priyadarshini Jain, you have written, she's written around 26. 1 crore is the wrong answer. It is more than a crore. So Priyadarshini, you are right. So Priyadarshini is right. So let me just share. It is yes, yes, and the better answer, the exact answer is actually written by Lakshmi. So it is around 26 crore, friends. This is something which is called the power of compounding. See, in the 8th year, it is 65,000, and then 2,62,000, and then it's 10 lakhs, then 41 lakhs, and then 1.67 crores. And then finally, it is 26 crores. So in 14 years or whatever the amount is. So the idea is not to share you whether this happens or not. The idea is the actual power of compounding is in the end. Initially, if you will see half of the cycle, you have just actually got nothing. There was no return. Same thing is whether it is a child. In a child, while he is growing, maybe initially few years, he's just growing slowly. But no, finally, when he has got his final degree and maybe he has created something, or whether he has got a placement and there he has started working, and then actually the returns start coming in. Same thing is with a business also. Same thing is with an investment also. You have to give time, and when finally you reach at a certain point, it actually grows. So if you just see, if it is 15 years, it is more than 100 crores. And if it is 16 years, it becomes 400 crores. So it is not about 400 crore or 100 crore. It is about something which is just to understand what the power of compounding is. So the idea was to share just an introduction, giving that there are various programs and courses which is developed, which is with National Stock Exchange also we have been doing. We have done certain tie-ups with Swami Vivekananda universities also, and otherwise also. So the idea was that my point was to share with you about how the analysis, because today's session was all about statistical analysis. So I thought today we were talking about various ratios. So in equity market, in a debt market, or in a mutual fund, there are so many things, and actually with this knowledge you can use that. I want to show you one practical thing. That is something which we do with the students. Okay, so now let's take an example in a mutual fund. Okay, many of you may be investing into mutual fund, but which mutual fund you should invest into? There are so many large cap, flexi cap, mid cap, small cap. Now, in what category, what is this, and how this statistical data are used? I'll just show you one example, because this is only one thing. We have created a backend software where a lot of this data and statistics are actually used. So I'm just going to that backend software part, and I can just share you. This is an Excel sheet. In 2 to 3 minutes, I'll just show you how these data are used and how actually you can analyze and do all these things. See, whatever we have done on an Excel sheet, that was the raw data which we have done. Now, when the data actually is there, how you can do this? So there are, let's say, 1173 funds. But let's take an example. I want to identify a flexi cap fund. So in a mutual fund, there are various categories. So out of that, flexi cap is one. So I just identified. So as we can see that there are now 32 flexi cap funds. Okay, again, a very technical thing, but see how this data, whatever you have understood, those statistics or all these data, all those ratios, once they are created, how you can use as far as your wealth management is concerned. So that's what the idea is. So and then another data which I put, I say that I will invest into a fund which is more than 500 crore, and I apply this. So once I've applied this, 32 funds have become 22 funds. Okay. Now there are so many data which is there, as you all can see. But again, no, it's not that I'm not getting into the details of all these things, but something which I thought, no, out of all this, what is that? How to identify the best fund so that I can invest that fund and I can get a better return. So I have just taken one example that there is called Sharpe ratio. And in this, I take descending and I identify that the top 3 funds are this UTI, PGIM and Parag Parikh. Okay. So what has happened? So if you just take an example, the Sharpe ratio, one is 5.7, 5.6 and 4.6. So top 3 I have taken. Okay. Then again, I just move to some other things also, which is called Sortino ratio. Now in this also I take the top 3 funds. Now I see, because I have to take only, I have to identify maybe 1 or 2 funds. I don't want to invest into all the funds. So I see this PGIM and UTI, they are doing still better. So maybe no, Parag Parikh is also there. The third one which has come is HDFC. So I click on this also. And now maybe no others are also there. Standard deviation, Trenner ratio, Jensen alpha. So I'm not getting into details of all. So if we see alpha, which is created, again, these 3 funds have come. So now there are so many funds, but maybe no, this fund, which is the 4th one, I'll just remove that. So I'll again see that these 3 funds are coming again and again. So I've identified 3 funds, and I see that all the data, whether it is a Trenner ratio, Jensen ratio, information ratio, R square, which sir was talking about, beta, standard deviation, and all these things. We are not getting into the details of all these things, but we have utilized this so that these are the funds which we expect that they can do better. So once we click and finally we get all these data over here, and all the data is over here. So I just thought that because I was attended quite a part of the session today, what I observed that if whatever we have understood today, my idea was that this statistics, this data, there's so many ratios which are already there, how practically we are using, how value research or how money control and how these people are putting these data on the screen, and what is the basis the consultants and people who are highly paid, they are analyzing that and putting them, and actually investors are investing into that. So how many of us do invest in such a way where we see all these ratios and then we actually do that? So this is again something which is the second level of financial literacy. The first part is actually, yes, you should be saving, you should be investing, and you should be aware about what has to be done, and then putting all these data into practical use. Even if yes, those things are there. See what we have, there are programs. I will just like to share something more with you. Now there is a program which we have created on this website. Yes, you can go and see, which is called volatilitygame.com. But today, let me just share with you one of the courses which is there with NSC. It's a very not something which is very expensive, which people can do. But again, in last 9 years, I have created 19 games. Okay, and through games, how you can understand whether it is equity market, debt market. Yes, backhand we are using all the statistics. Backhand we are having all this Excel. Backhand we are using all this data, thousands and hundreds and millions of data. Okay, but again, that is all created in a form of a game, interestingly, so that my idea is how students can actually understand. Why only students? Even teachers, even general public. People think that this is something which is just beyond their thought process, so they just don't want to get into this. But again, this is very easy. I'll just show you a small video of what is this certification about. even like this vision game is about team building, influencer game is about communication skills, and financial planning is about how to create a financial plan. So friends, for these particular programs, no, I will be happy to come and do an intro talk with maybe students of your organizations and things like that. I'll be more than happy to do that. And virtually things are becoming very easy. At physical level also it is possible. There are companies like LIC, Motilal Oswal, ICICI, SBI, HDFC. They all are looking and they are willing to become a sponsor also. In case of no students wherein they can may make the payment for the part of the fees or something like that, so that if students can actually undergo these programs and they can actually get employed, they can actually get a confirmed internship or something like this. So the idea is if students or if maybe people, they understand and they learn things, what is actually required, what actually organizations are looking for, then it becomes very, very easy for even a recruiter or even an employer to actually employ. So which is there even under this Utkarsh Bangla or Utkarsh Bangla, which is again West Bengal. Even government of West Bengal has also enlisted our organization to do that details and all everything like that. So friends, this is there. Yes, I will share my details in the chat box, and any other questions which you have, you can actually this is the phone number and this is the email address. So the idea is today was not to share. If somebody is willing to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and also ask. But the idea was just to share by easy ways. There are easy ways, there are simple ways wherein people can understand, people can teach, and people can communicate, and that is through games. So that's what is there, and through stories. So this is the now which is the best investment. Investment in self is the best investment, no doubt about it. So that's the idea. So if there is some question you can ask, that's the whole idea. And yes, there are a lot of games. Maybe Amitabha, do we have some time? Can we show a glimpse of one of the games to them?
Yeah, that will be great. That will be great. Please.
Okay. So instead of that, I'll just show. I'll share some videos also a little later. There are some physical games also, like this one. One is the game which I'll just show you. These are like physical games in a form of a puzzle. Okay, but I'll show you one more game which we play virtually and also in the physical class. So two things I'm showing. And there is one more I'll just share with you. Just give me a second so that you can actually live. We hold the whole group actually is divided into groups. into teams, and as a team we all play, and while you play you understand. So that's the whole idea. So this is one. There are various games on equity market, on debt market. Like in equity market, there are 1,500 stocks which is there. Now, out of those 1,500 stocks, how do you identify maybe 20, 30 stocks? So that's again a process of elimination. There are ratios, whether it is a debt equity ratio or a price earning ratio, then so many things are there. And that way it is done. Friends, I'm just sharing a screen of one of the games. Let's say the teams are divided. We can just write of the teams like Delhi Daredevils or KKR or Chennai Super Kings and whatever way you want, or Rajasthan Royals and things like that. Okay, so once this is there in front of you, as you can see, I'm sure all of you can see that. Yes, it's visible. So on the screen below, let's play something like that. Now these datas come. You have like NASDAQ. So people can invest into NASDAQ, which is international equity. People can invest into gold. People can invest into Nifty. Now again, you have to understand all these things, what is all there. And that is during this whole, let's say each game is around 1.5 hours or something like that. So each team again decides, one of the team decides that they will put 100% into debt. The other team decides they will put 100% into equity. The other team decides, no, they will put 25% into this and 25 into this and maybe 25 into this and things like that. So into different asset classes. And there is another team which decides, no, they will put 50 into gold and 50 into international equity. So this way, all the teams have decided, and each team probably gets, let's say 10 lakh rupees. So these are like the actual returns, whatever actually come. In debt market, we assume, let's say 6% return. Gold and Nifty and international equity will be on actual basis. So they invest. Rupee which was invested, it is at the end of the year, if it was debt, it becomes 10,60,000. It becomes because in you see in Nifty somebody got 45% return. In NASDAQ somebody got less than 1% return. Gold somebody got 51, because this was 2005 to 2006, 1 year. So same way, in the next round again another 10 lakh rupees is added. And while we are playing, we are understanding step by step that this is something which we have done right or something which we have done wrong. So this way, the games actually gives you a little more. And during this game, while people are deciding as a team, 5, 10, 15, 20 people or students together, they discuss with each other. They come to a conclusion. They do this little more brainstorming. And then again, next year, as you can see, 20,007. This is another year which came, wherein gold has a different return, Nifty has a different return, NASDAQ has a different return, and finally there was return. So somebody will win and somebody will lose. So this is the way the engagement level actually goes up. And whether it is an investor, whether it is a corporate, so we are doing these programs with various corporates also, with various organizations like Dabur or Titan and Sony and small or big, so many, so that the employees of the companies also understand things easily, so that they can start doing a financial planning for themselves and take it forward. For students also, it becomes very, very easy. So friends, with this, I have just shared my thoughts, my talk. I'm sure you are all having a very good experience. A lot of congratulations and best wishes to Amitabha and Swami Vivekanand group of institutions for organizing such an activity, and in such a huge number people are attending. And I'm sure with all little additional bonuses, if you continue to get, it is also going to help all of you. With this, thank you very much, Amitabha and everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for conducting this wonderful, interesting session. I know this session can goes on with the kind of interesting game we play with the students. So definitely we'll be organizing a separate session with you only, so that you can get more time to interact with the students and conduct the session. So thank you so much, sir, on behalf of the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes for conducting this session, sir. Yes, so the lot of students who are asking for the feedback form. Yes, definitely we are going to share the feedback form right now in the chat box. So I would like to request Orkojit sir, if you can share the feedback form in the chat box so that the students can fill that up within the next 10 minutes. Probably it has already been shared. If you can, all of you can please check and fill up this. And we'll be starting the assessment at 6:15. So now it is 6:05 or 6:06. So we'll be starting the assessment exactly at 6:15. So before that, please be ready for the assessment and fill up this feedback form. Assignment link will also be shared in the chat box itself. If somebody is not able to open the feedback form, please change the browser. Just copy that link and put it in the browser, and definitely it is going to open. It is a Google form, simple Google form. As I told, that assignment link would be given at 6:15. Please wait. Right, we'll be giving at 6:15.
কি বলছো বলো?
Yes, the recording would definitely be shared, but it will take some time. We are expecting to share the yesterday's recording by today, and today's recording by tomorrow, like that. Assignment would be given at 6:15, and you will be getting 30 minutes to submit the same. That means by 6:45 you need to submit the assignment. After 6:45, that assignment I mean, the question paper, you can say, would be deactivated. Yes, the exam form is also Google form. It has already been shared, I guess. So please, those who have completed the feedback form, please start the exam, and it will active is up to, I mean, this form is active up to 6:45. So please complete the assessment by 6:45. Yes, please, all of you, please check the exam form. Now it is working. It was, I mean, we have closed. It was actually closed, but now it is open. All of you can, give the exam now. You can check. This is the assessment form. I can open, so all of you can open. Just click on the link. It will open, and you need to fill up this MCQ question. That's it.